Good morning, all. Somebody has a computer unmuted. Good morning, all. Still.
I think you have to turn your volume down as well.
I'm muted.
Everybody mute, please.
Okay, let's try that again. You have to shut off the Zoom audio and your computer audio.
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, all. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee meeting for Friday, April 8th, I believe. And I am going to begin our work, but starting with introductions of committee members, beginning with those that I see participating remotely. And I will begin with introductions, starting with Senator Sanborn.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland, half of Westbrook, where it has finally stopped pouring.
Thank you and welcome. Representative Babbage.
All right. Sorry for the delay. Yes, good morning. I'm going to be up there this afternoon. It looks like the right side of the horseshoe could be a little top heavy, but I am Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is most of the town of Kennebunk.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. This may be our last go around. So saying hi and bye, I guess. Anyways, Representative Evangelos, House District 91. I reside in Friendship.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you, Representative. And I will begin now with introductions of those in the room, starting with Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Moriarty. I represent the hometown government. House District 44.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan, for the first time in the Judiciary Committee room. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12, which is part of Biddeford.
Thank you, Representative Thorne.
Good morning. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103, which are the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Thank you. And my Senate co-chair, Senator Carney.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, where it was really pouring this morning. I am happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. We are also joined by our committee clerk, Supi Panett, who helps keep the wheels moving, and also joined by our two analysts, Peggy Reinsch and Janet Stocco. And before we begin the work on our agenda today, which I will review after we take something out of order, you rarely see the people behind the scenes that do a lot of the work and make things go here. And one of those persons I've already introduced is Susan Panett, the committee clerk. And we were recently contacted by Dan Brooks, and I hope I get this right, of the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission. I see thumbs up. Thank you very much. And Dan asked to have a couple of minutes to talk about how Supi Panett has assisted them over the years. So Dan, I will turn it over to you. And
Can Supi take my seat?
I would like Supi to come and sit. My new Senate co-chair, Susan Panett. And Dan, who I know on many levels, it's nice to see you in front of the committee.
Thank you, Senator Carney, members of the Judicial Committee, for giving us a few minutes to do this.
Oh, could somebody turn Dan's mic on?
Oh. I almost pulled that off, but. So again, thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judicial Committee. My name is Dan Brooks. I'm the fire chief for the town of Winthrop, but I'm here to represent the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission as the current chair of the commission. And we are a 23-member board that covers pretty much the gamut of the fire service, whether it's chiefs, firefighters, and several of the members are with me here today. We also have representatives and senators that sit on the commission, as well as multiple department heads through the state of Maine. So we basically weigh in on anything fire service related, and we have several charters of our own that we handle. It was, the commission was established in 1999 by the 119th legislature. And shortly after that time, it was determined that the committee was going to need a clerk, someone to keep us straight. And so here we are 2 decades later, and our first and so far only clerk of our group, secretary clerk, I'm not sure if we had an official term, but Susan Panett served us for over 20 years before retiring this spring. I think COVID and the additional responsibilities of her job here at the State House has made it so that her ability to assist us has been pretty much negated, as she really goes in too many directions at once. She was absolutely the glue that made us run. And I'm sure any of these committee members will tell you that I am waffling in the ocean as I try to move forwards this last couple of months without her. We have yet to replace her, but she kept our minutes and she did our agendas, which is kind of the basic part of the job. But she was the inside person to us here at the State House that would get us the room we needed. We often met right here in this room before you folks came in. She knew the person to call and talk to when we needed something, and we just tremendously miss her. And the position is still open, but we won't tempt her with that, because we do realize that you've given us a great part of your life and we really miss you, but we appreciate all you've done for us in the past. So we have a couple small tokens. Normally I would have probably asked you to do this for me. So I had my niece at my work, Tom Dozer, took care of this. That's how inept I am. I had trouble wrapping this gift box. So I had some help with that, but if you don't mind coming over, I'd love to present these to you. I don't know if I could do this to be on camera, but the ceremonial, I guess I could step over there. You have to see up there. So this is kind of the ceremonial plaque. Boring Fire Protection Services Committee is proud to recognize all your 2 decades. How I put it, only exact dates, 2 decades of service. It was tremendous. We really thank you very much for all you've done for us. We do miss you terribly, but we completely understand. And
as soon as I paint my walls, it'll go on my wall.
so this is the standard item. We wanted to try to do something that was maybe a little special, and you know, the gift card to this place or that place didn't seem right. So Vicky Schmidt came across something that she thought, being the diehard New England sports fan that you are, you might enjoy. So we chose to present this to you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Jeffrey, are you looking?
I am.
Oh my gosh. This
And
is,
that's autographed, obviously, on the back. by
Oh.
Ray Moore. So
gosh.
she came across it and had your name written all over it. So we
I'm wearing
chose to
it
give
tonight
to you.
during the game. Oh, you know me too well. Oh,
Again, I can't say enough about all you've done for us all the years, and I think you've been there for 6 or 7 chairs, and you kept us all straight. And
please understand,
Thank you
it
so
was
much.
totally forced. It wouldn't have been my choice. I would have stayed with you guys forever. And I just couldn't see how I could do both. I felt I was shifting you, and that these guys are amazing, I will say. And somebody who takes my place will be so lucky.
well, I'm sure at some point we'll be fine, and anybody other than me trying to do it all will be great, because you see how well I am at this stuff. But Again, I
Thank
can't
you.
say enough.
And this was an amazing secret. No one said a word.
We're good.
Sure. Yeah, if you don't mind, we'd love to get a picture.
Sure. I'm not letting this go. Wherever you want. You want to start.
We have a couple of minutes, don't you worry.
Sorry. I'm used to taking
Sorry.
over.
Good job.
Show up somewhere. It's usually just-
And I'm in black and gold today.
Oh, you know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
They've been. Thank you, dear. That's a good secret, buddy. This is Ray Board. Wow, who is it? This is Ray. Ray, I know, isn't that wonderful? These are special. I'm gonna be wearing this tonight.
Welcome back to the meeting of the Judiciary Committee. As you can tell, that was something out of the ordinary, but so well-deserved. And clearly the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission recognizes what we see every day. And that is the value of our clerk, Soupy Panett. And I got a little choked up listening to that. Not a great way to start a day's meeting, but we will bounce back. So I wanted to just give an overview of what our morning looks like, and it may bleed into the afternoon as well. We will begin with a public records exception review on LD 1727. We'll then turn to LD 2034 and act to correct inconsistencies, conflicts, and errors in the laws. We will then do as many amendment reviews as we can, beginning with LD 2008 and other bills as necessary. We will need to break from that work because we have two judicial confirmations beginning at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but we will update everyone in the after our morning break as to what the afternoon will look like. So with that, we are going to begin a public records exceptions review on LD 1727, an act concerning sexual misconduct on college campuses, which comes from us from the Education Committee. And I would ask the committee clerk, if it has not happened already, to please move over Michael Brennan and, I'm sorry, Representative Michael Brennan and Senator Joe Rafferty as to panelist status. And with that, I will turn to our analyst, Peggy Reinsch, to begin our public records exception review. Thank you, Peggy.
I'm not used to being in the room. Thank you. So you have one left today. It's LD 1727. And I know that this was, we had planned to do this, I think on Monday. So you should have already received it in your email. For those of you in the room, we've given you a copy of it again. This comes from the Education Committee. Title I, Section 434 requires the Judiciary Committee to review requests from other committees of jurisdiction when they are have a proposed public records exception. So a public records exception, we start with the freedom of access law, where the default is that any record in the hands of a public person, a public employee, and a public official that has anything to do with how the government works is a public record. And any exception to that has to be designated in statute. So each one of the bills that you review has a statutory provision that says this record is confidential, or this information in this record is confidential. And you have the responsibility of going through the process of weighing the public interest in that record, and whatever interest is identified as why you would keep it confidential. So in some of I think this one is really going to focus mostly on personal information. So personal privacy is the interest that might be protected. There might be some other public safety issues depending on how you look at the information. So what we usually do is we have the committee of jurisdiction, one or two legislators from the committee of jurisdiction present kind of give an overview of what the bill is, and then what the public records exceptions are. This one has 3 different ways you can look at how the statute is being amended to make something that would normally be public confidential. And I think, I'm not sure who's going first, if it's Senator Rafferty or Representative Brennan. And I know that Carolyn Russo has been working on this bill as well, and she might be able to provide some technical help, as well as Hillary Risler, the analyst for the Education Committee. So I guess I'm gonna turn it over to whoever wants to start explaining the bill to the Judiciary Committee, and then the specific confidentiality provisions.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And is Senator Rafferty, would you like to tell us how you want to run this morning's proceeding?
First of all, excuse me, good morning, Representative Harnett and Senator Connie. Thank you, folks, all of you, for allowing us to be with you this morning. So my name is Joe Rafferty, and I come with Representative Brennan as the co-chairs of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee with seeking this review. Neither of us has ever done this before. This is totally new to us, so we will be, I'll review what we're asking, I guess, but also follow your lead, and hopefully between the two of us, we can answer your questions. But as you mentioned, Carolyn is available should we need her as a resource. So as you know, that the proposed amendment created a new chapter of law governing sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking at colleges and universities in our state. The chapter included provisions regarding the adoption of policies, establishes an advisory commission that will develop, disseminate, and collect campus interpersonal violence surveys, establish campus confidential resource advisors, and awareness programs and training for those involved in these issues on campus. The amendment provided 3 provisions that we were asking to be reviewed, and I'll just give the section numbers relative to the bill, which has been sent to you, and I hope you have with you access to it. Section 1, which is 12.952, section number 2, which was 12.56, and section 3, which was 12.956, regarding the confidential criminal history record information. So essentially what we're looking at is making sure that the folks involved providing information relative to some form of the targeted area, as well as those receiving it, are protected from any potential requests, environment. When we receive a request from the public right to know, that we want to be able to protect, both parties as well as the information, because we feel this is highly sensitive and confidential information. So I'm not sure if Representative Brennan has any additional adds to that, but I think that kind of lays out the gist of our request.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning to members of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett. Just for the record, my name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And as Senator Rafferty said, I'm the House Chair of the Education Committee. And as he also said, this is the first time I've had the opportunity to come before this committee doing a judicial review. And I think just to hone in a little bit more on what Senator Rafferty said, if the committee members, there's a memo dated March 31st to the committee from the two of us, and it says Public Records Exception Review LD 1727. And if you go to the second page, it says the proposed majority report amendment has 3 provisions that we are asking you to review. I think those 3 items summarize why we're here and what are the issues that are before the committee. Very specifically, what this bill does is create a new position called a confidential resource advisor. And as Senator Rafferty already mentioned, by creating this new position, it then raises these questions about confidentiality and access to information. So I've spoken to Representative Harnett about the bill and very briefly with Senator Carney. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I understand issues of confidentiality. I'm a mandated reporter. I understand the fact that there are limits to confidentiality. However, this position is a new position, and the issues of confidentiality were part of the discussion before the committee. And again, the reason that we're here for this review is because of that position and to determine what guardrails or what access this new position may have to information and what type of confidentiality restrictions they may have or not have. So thank you. And again, we're very fortunate, as Senator Rafferty mentioned, we have Hillary Risler, who is our OPLA staff person, and then Carolyn Russo, who worked on the bill on behalf of Senate President Jackson, who's also with us. And fortunately, both of them are attorneys, and I think that they will be able to help navigate this as a result of that.
Thank you, Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty. And would you propose having one of those 2 walk us through the matrix that we need to apply to determine whether or not the Judiciary Committee supports these public record exceptions?
Yes, I think that could be extraordinarily helpful. I don't know if they've flipped a coin to say which one of them would be in the best position to do that, but
would that be the loser of the coin flip or the winner?
Ms. Risler did draft the memo to the Judiciary Committee that walks through the questions that you need to resolve. So we might want to, just for protocol purposes, start with her and then defer as appropriate to Ms. Russo.
Thank you. And then we will open it up for committee questions for you as well as your analyst and Ms. Russo. So welcome, Hillary Risler. Nice to see you again. How are you today?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having us. And for the record, I am Hillary Risler, and I am the OPLA analyst for the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. So I think if it makes sense, I'll walk through the committee through the memo briefly. As I'm sure you're aware, there are a lot of components of the bill. And so while there was a lot of discussion in committee over a lot of this, there was a little bit less discussion necessarily about the specific public records exception. So one thing I would ask as I go through, if there are questions as to why the committee or the majority of the committee did certain things, that I would defer those questions to either Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, or Ms. Carolyn Russo, who of course is here on behalf of the sponsor of the bill, President Jackson.
Thank you. That seems appropriate. If you could just run through the questions, and then we will pose our questions as well.
Thank you.
Sure. So with respect to the statutory criteria in Title I, Section 434, subsection 2, the committee offered the following comments. With the first two questions I'll answer together, which is whether the record protected by the proposed exception needs to be collected and maintained, and the value to the agency or official or to the public in maintaining a record protected by the proposed exception. As I think both the education chairs touched on in their openings, they believe it's important for students, employees at these public and private higher institutions, higher education institutions, to be able to seek guidance and assistance for those who have experienced incidents of sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking, and to know that these records related to their experiences will be kept confidential as much as possible. I would note that in the language exceptions themselves, there are some sort of exceptions to the exceptions. So for example, some of the confidentiality things may be disclosed as necessary for disciplinary processes or for as required by other state or federal laws. But generally the goal, I think, of the majority was to keep these records as confidential as possible, because there was a feeling that those who need this guidance and need this advice would not seek it out if they do not have that confidentiality. The third question is in regards to whether federal law requires a record covered by the proposed exception to be confidential. There are two major federal laws that intersect with this particular issue. The first is the Federal Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, which provides students with certain privacy protections with respect to the students' education records that are maintained by a school. And in addition, there's the federal Title IX regulations, which state as a general rule that a school recipient must keep confidential the identity of any person who has reported sexual harassment or has been reported to be a perpetrator of sexual harassment, and that if a complainant desires supportive measures, the recipient can and should keep the complainant's identity confidential unless it is necessary to provide the supportive measure. The next question raised is whether the proposed exception protects an individual's privacy interests, and if so, whether that interest substantially outweighs the public interest in disclosure of the records. The majority of the committee felt that the proposed exception does protect an individual's privacy interest in these traumatic experiences related to sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking. And the majority of the committee strongly does believe that these privacy interests substantially outweigh public interest in the disclosure of these records. The next question had to do with businesses and competitive disadvantage, and we did not believe that that was applicable to this particular situation. Similarly, whether public disclosure compromises the position of a public body in negotiations. Again, the committee did not feel that that was applicable to this particular exceptions and review. The next question was whether public disclosure jeopardizes the safety of a member of the public or the public in general, and if so, whether that safety interest substantially outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of the records. Majority of the committee felt that they believed that the public disclosure could jeopardize the safety of the persons reporting or responding to reports of incidents of sexual violence, intimate partner violence, or stalking, and that their safety substantially outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of the records. And they noted this is especially important in regards to the confidential resource advisor's receipt of confidential history, should we say criminal history record information, solely for the purpose of safety planning for those who are seeking out advice and guidance. The next question was whether public access to the record would ensure that members of the public are able to make informed health and safety decisions. And the majority of the committee felt that they did not believe that public access to the records would ensure members of the public are able to make informed health and safety decisions, and that to the extent this paragraph is applicable, that those privacy interests, which were mentioned earlier, would substantially outweigh the public interest. The next question was whether the proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible. And to this, the majority of the committee felt that they believe the language crafted in this manner and that keeping this information confidential is appropriate, that the amendment allows institutions of higher education to disclose information where otherwise required for a disciplinary proceeding or is otherwise permitted under state or federal law, and that provisions related to privileged communications is narrowly tailored to the role, specifically to the role of confidential resource advisor. And then finally, that the confidential criminal history record information may only be disclosed to the confidential resource advisor for the purpose of safety planning and would not be allowed to be further disseminated. Last but not least, the question of whether any other criteria that assist the review committee in determining the value of the proposed exception as compared to the public's interest in the record protected. And the majority of the committee noted that incidents of sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking are a critical issue on these campuses of higher education institutions, and that it is important that those who need resources are able to access them confidentially. Additionally, the bill provides an additional avenue and resources for these students, which would exist outside of the federal Title IX structure. And this is seeking to address the critical need, and that the confidentiality provisions are key to ensuring that students can access the guidances and resources that they need.
Thank you very much, Hillary. I know I have some questions, but I will open it up to committee members first to see if they have questions. And I see a hand up, and I would ask committee members to raise your electronic hand even if you're here, to raise your electronic hand. That would be helpful. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Well, I'm sitting here listening to this and thinking about the confidentiality that is my voice on? Yeah. Confidentiality protections that are already in existence for the advocates of domestic violence and the advocates for sexual assault victims in the state. It seems to me that this is by and large just making them, because I say our because after almost 40 years you can't help but say our records were never allowed to be subpoenaed, but we used to have struggles over it, mostly with the prosecution and judiciary folks, and also the criminal history records information, which staff had in order to help victims, but then had to destroy before a certain amount of time was over. So there's a lot of privacy stuff that seems similar, although not precisely the same. And I'm not, of course, I've been gone now for 5-6 years, so I'm not sure whether there's anything changed that I'm not aware of. But it seems to me it's congruent with the practices now in the agencies outside of the educational system to protect the privacy in the ways that have been described. So I think it is appropriate to do that. It's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. Did you have a question as well, or was
No, I'm trying to get
primarily
there.
a statement?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's and tell me if I'm wrong, because if I am, I want to know that. But basically, hopefully that's the case. Is that how you read it, Ms. Rizla, or Senator Brennan, or Representative Rafferty?
That was, I'll speak to that. I mean, I believe that to be the direct intention of the request and the protection. So that,
yeah,
it is congruent. I don't know why it would set itself apart in any way. It's meant, these are public universities and so forth. So, I think any action taken there would be similar to anything that happens anyway.
it's a little complicated because of Title IX, but I'm not positive about that. So, but apparently you've looked into that piece of it. So.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan, I saw you had your hand up, as did Carolyn Russo.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Harnett. And it might be helpful for the committee, and in particular, Representative Rickett. And I know that she has worked on this bill as well in its early stages. But the intent, in most instances, I can't say that it will be in every instance, but for the universities and community colleges to contract with the sexual assault response programs within the community, so that we ensure that we have people that are familiar with confidentiality, with these type of situations, and what type of information can be shared and cannot be shared. And by having that connection with really experts within the community that will be working in tandem with both the community colleges and the university, I think that there will be a high level of understanding in terms of confidentiality issues.
Thank you. And Carolyn, did you want to weigh in on that?
I just, one of the sections of the bill dealing with confidential Carolyn Russo. Thank you for allowing me to join you, and I worked with Senate President's office and I worked on this bill. One of the sections of the bill dealing with the confidential resource advisor indicates that it is privileged information except for, and it specifically states when disclosure is required under Title 22, and that is Adult Protective Services Act, Chapter 958A, and also Chapter 1071, which is Child and Family Services and Child Protective Act. So within the bill itself, it does follow the guidelines that are in other statutes with regard to privilege.
Thank you. And I'm having a little trouble with my navigating my computer. I know somebody has a hand up, but I'm not sure who it is. Okay, I'm not going to go to the attendee part of the meeting at this point. Are there committee members who have additional questions? I have a few and I'm not sure who to direct them to, so I'll just put them out there. This to me is an unusual request coming to us for a variety of reasons. Am I correct to understand that this applies not just to state universities, state community colleges, but also to private entities?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And am I correct, and I'll ask this to Hillary, those institutions are not subject to FOA, is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Although I am certainly not an expert, and I might actually look to your analyst, Peggy, if she disagrees with that. But I believe that's correct. I believe this would be, for the purposes of public records exception, would be applying to the public universities.
So that's really specifically what we are reviewing for our exception purposes, right? And I see Peggy.
I would think so, yes.
And I see Peggy nodding her head, and that's always enough for me. My other question has to do with these records are confidential, not just as to the complaining party, the victim, the reporter, but they're also for the respondent. And there have been concerns raised that I share, raised by members of the public, the Right to Know Advisory Committee, wondering what is the reasoning to keep that information confidential, particularly when you're talking about issues such as public safety. Is there a countervailing public safety interest in having people know who might be engaging in this type of conduct so their safety can be enhanced? And I'll put that out to any member of the committee, or Hillary or Carolyn.
The first section that deals with confidentiality and with policies and related procedures indicates that the identity of a reporting party and a responding party. So one might say victim and accused, but reporting party and responding party in all information relating to the incident is confidential. It may not be disclosed by the institution except as necessary to carry out discipline and otherwise permitted under state and federal law. So yes, the answer is yes, that confidentiality is also protected.
So if there is discipline, a formal discipline, either, let's just say in the institution, that the confidentiality regarding the respondent would no longer apply? They can reveal that discipline?
No, if there is a discipline, that means it has gone to Title IX, which means then that is the federal law that would be followed, and the federal law respects both responding party and reporting party's confidentiality.
Okay. In terms of there's been a lot of discussion both by Representative Reckitt and members of the committee about the confidential resource advisor and being similar to folks that work at sexual assault prevention centers and domestic violence prevention centers. What level, those folks are trained pretty extensively in order to achieve the status that they have regarding how to appropriately address issues of confidentiality. What is the level of training that is going to be provided? Let me back up. It will allow an institution to contract with those agencies so that the confidential resource advisor would be adequately trained. My concern is, what is the level of training if an institution chooses not to contract? I'm worried about this burden, a very serious obligation being placed on someone as just an add-on to their job without adequate training. I hope I'm being clear with the question.
With regard to confidential resource advisors, and you're right, they can contract out for those, but there is a section 3 that describes the training in pretty great detail. There are 4 different specifics that deal with that. And then again, in the next to the last section of the bill, 12958, is for training for Title IX coordinators, campus safety personnel, and individuals involved in the disciplinary process.
And can you tell me what page that, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you tell me what page we're on?
Well, all right. I have a draft. So my draft has the training for confidential resource.
19 of our packet. Okay, go ahead, Carolyn. Sorry.
Okay. Well, there's one. All right. And you must be looking at the training for Title I coordinators, etc. That's page 19 of your packet. Okay. Yeah. So right there, you can see the general requirement, and then for all of those involved in the disciplinary process, and it's quite specific. And then if you go back, actually, and I'm not sure this part is under the confidential resource advisors, there's also a training section specifically for them. So if it's somebody that is not hired outside of the campus, then, or excuse me, if it's somebody who is working in the campus, in the university, they have the same training process. So it's pretty stringent, actually. It's spelled out in the statute.
And this may be an impossible question to answer, but from the testimony that you received from educational institutions and others, do you anticipate that most educational institutions would contract out this work?
I've heard that might be the case, but I really can't answer that for sure. I think it would depend on the university or the college, the size, who they have already on campus, what those qualifications are, etc.
Thank you.
Representative Parnett, if I could answer that.
Please, thank you.
I've had extensive conversations with both the university and the community college, and I believe that is their intent to employ that hybrid model where they would contract. I can't tell you with certainty that the private colleges would be in the same position.
Thank you. And my final question deals with the third confidentiality provision regarding the dissemination of confidential criminal history record information. Am I correct to understand that basically what this is doing is saying that records that are already confidential when held by a law enforcement entity remain confidential in the hands of the, there's a lot of confidence here, confidential resource advisor? It's just that confidentiality carries through to them.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
It says that they may not disseminate that information, or it can use it only for the purpose of safety for the reporting party.
Thank you. And then maybe this is my second final question. All of nothing here protects this information from being turned over if it's required under state or federal law or for law enforcement purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, and actually, with regard to public records and safety, it was one thing that I thought maybe would be good for you to know or interested, because when they have the climate survey, they're going to collect interpersonal violence information, but it'll be anonymous, and it will be aggregate data, and it will be publicly accessible in that form on the institution's website. It'll be shared with the Commissioner of Education, and it will be shared as required by the Clery Act to the federal government. But so those are all incidences that go through the discipline process and are that need to be shared through Clary so that everyone has that information. So with regard to public safety, that information, that aggregate anonymous information is important. But it will be collected through the survey and it will be shared just that way so that personal identification will be secure.
And all of that aggregate information would eventually be shared with the Higher Educational Interpersonal Violence Advisory Commission that would do a larger report? Is that?
Actually, they will do the survey. They will collect the data. Then they will give it back to the commission. And it will also be shared because each survey may be a little bit different because it's a climate survey, excuse me. So for each institution, it might be a little bit different and it can add specific questions as well. So yes, it's definitely right in the statute that it will be shared for those reasons, and really so that the safety of people on campus is secure.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney.
Well, thank you. This is perhaps a question for you, Carolyn. On that same, the third item on which we're doing the review, the confidential criminal history record information, were there conversations with representatives of public safety agencies and or the Attorney General's office about whether they would whether they feel it is appropriate to provide this information to the confidential resource officer, confidential resource advisor?
I'm not aware of those two instances, although there were probably some security people with regard to some of the institutions. I do know that a lot of this information came from victims advocates so that it mirrors what goes on with domestic violence assault and sexual assault law. So I know that part of this language that came in was directly reviewed by those groups, but I can't answer to specifically, definitely not the Attorney General as far as I know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if, because I haven't done this either, kind of line this up with the the statute regarding criminal history record information, how they would fit together. And I don't know if that kind of alignment has been considered.
Thank you, Senator Carney. If I can just follow up on that question, looking at page 18 of our materials and section 11, which contains the discussion of criminal record information history. As I read it, there's nothing that requires law enforcement to turn those records over. It is if and only if those records come into the possession of the confidential resource advisor that they cannot further disseminate that information unless required by state or federal law. Am I reading that correctly?
I think you are, and it does say may disseminate, so it isn't a must or shall. And it also is only in regard for the safety planning of the victim. And then as soon as that information, then it cannot be further disseminated. I don't know how often that would occur, in all honesty, because if the confidential resource advisor is working with a reporting party, they have the ability to work with the university or college with regard to changing classes, et cetera, things like that, which we wouldn't need to have that information.
Thank you. And Senator Carney, did you have another question?
No, I think your question clarified this in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, I'm going to have to tell you to lower your hand, which you always have to tell people to do.
Well, it's our last meeting, and so I'm glad I got one in before we finished up this legislature.
Thank you. And before the day is over, I'll tell you that we can't hear you because you're muted, even though you're sitting right next to me. Thank you for your responses. Are there additional questions from any committee members? And I am not seeing any, so thank you. We will now proceed to the matrix, which will review the questions that Ms. Risler provided us information on. And the first two are whether The record protected needs to be collected. And that was a conclusion of the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Education Committee, and the value to that agency. And they said that it was very important to collect this information to allow victims of sexual violence, stalking, domestic violence, and other behaviors to seek confidential assistance so that they can develop safety plans and to have that conduct redressed in an appropriate fashion. So I believe that they have provided adequate answers to paragraphs A and B. With respect to paragraph C, whether federal law requires the records to be confidential, we were told that there are 2 federal statutes in play, those being FERPA and Title IX, and that each of those contain confidentiality provisions to prevent the release of personal identifying informations for persons reporting this type of behavior. So I would recommend to the committee that that has been satisfied. We then turn to paragraphs D through I, recognizing that we don't need to find that the exception meets all of those paragraphs, but just one or more. And with respect to paragraph D, whether the proposed exception protects an individual's privacy interest, and if so, whether that interest substantially outweighs the public interest in disclosure. And I would bring the committee's attention to page 3 of the memo that was provided to us, where that is discussed, and that the importance of a victim being able to report this type of behavior and the adverse impact it has had on them, but to know that that is not going to be disclosed in a public fashion, and that the public interest is not served by the disclosure of that information. So I believe that paragraph D has been satisfied. With respect to paragraphs G and G1, which are quite similar, and that's whether the public disclosure jeopardizes the safety of a member of the public or the public in general, and whether the safety interest substantially outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of the records. As to the victim, I think that this has been satisfied. I must concede, I do have some concerns regarding maintaining confidentiality of the records regarding a respondent for an indefinite period of time, even if discipline is a result, but that appears to be something that is covered by federal law. But I do have a concern there, but I think that in overall that this paragraph has been satisfied as well. In G1, whether public access to the record ensures or would ensure that members of the public are able to make informed health and safety decisions. I think this is absolutely true with respect to the reporting party. I do have concerns that continue regarding keeping information from the public, particularly members of an educational institution, if there is somebody who has engaged in this type of activity, maintaining confidentiality there, but I accept the conclusion of the Committee of Jurisdiction. And I also believe with respect to paragraph H, that the proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible because it still allows for disclosure of these records in disciplinary proceedings and also in cases where state or federal law requires their disclosure. And then the last paragraph I, any other criteria that assist the review committee, being us, in determining the value of the proposed exception as compared to the public's interest in the record protected by the proposed exceptions. We heard quite clearly from analyst Rissler that this is a serious sexual assault, intimate partner violence, are serious issues on our campuses, both public and private. And we need to do all that we can to protect persons reporting this behavior, to seek assistance in a confidential manner, and to develop safety plans that enhance their safety to the maximum extent possible. So for those reasons, I believe that the proposed exceptions should be approved by the judiciary under Title I, Section 434, subsection 2, and I would ask for a motion to move that forward.
was another question.
Yes, we, another question from Senator Carney.
Yeah, I am focusing on the concerns you raised about confidentiality of related to the respondent and the role that that might have in campus and public safety. And I would just like to know from the committee chairs and or Carolyn Russo, was advocacy organizations that provide services to people who have been subject to domestic violence, did they raise concerns about this confidentiality that's extended to respondents? And if so, can you tell us what their concerns were and how they were addressed?
I can answer that to a degree, just because this bill has been in the process for 2 years. And representatives from students and representatives of the students started this bill. And I believe actually Representative Galgay Rickett was one of the people they reached out to very, very early on. And what the group did is met with Mikasa and with domestic violence and with Pine Tree, and actually for like over a year, lots of, if you looked at the very original bill and then you looked at Senator Jackson's amendment, anything that is in red came from those groups. And so any of the definitional changes, that's what that came from those groups. And then again, we went through this process with the universities and with the independent colleges. Not everything that they suggested was included, but a lot of it was. So yes, so anything with regard, those groups had a voice in this, and they actually helped direct us with regard to confidentiality of both responding party and obviously reporting party.
Senator Carney, if I could just add to that, I know I was involved with extensive discussions with people from Sexual Response Assault Program, Elizabeth Ward Saxel. There was concern that was raised about confidentiality issues and training potential of confidential advisors. And that's why we eventually came to this hybrid model where we would look to utilize their expertise and their understanding of confidentiality with the university and the community college system, as well as private college. I think it's also important to note that when we talk about sexual assault in university and community college, clearly there are sexual assaults that occur off campus and within the community. And that's why it's important to have a capacity within the community to respond to these issues, because there's a recognition that it's not always going to occur on a college campus. So we think this type of partnership between those groups and between the university and community college is really going to provide the appropriate response both with on campus and off campus.
Thank you.
Representative Babich, is your hand up for the purpose of making a motion?
It's actually for a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative.
I will lower my hand at this point.
Thank you. It didn't take you long to learn that trick.
It is my last day of committee, perhaps in my entire public service. So I should try to do that. I do want, Mr. Chair, if I might, I would also like a moment before we dismiss our two visiting chairs to speak just briefly, if I could.
Yes, you may.
Regarding the question, I think much of this has just been addressed, but I wondered if we were extending confidentiality to the respondents, and pardon me, I may not have all that I need before me here to answer this myself, but if we're extending confidentiality to respondents, that would, the typical case where a public institution of learning wants to protect the reputation, doesn't want a publicity that they may have a student respondent that is also very important athletically and therefore financially to the institution. There are pressures about publicity and accountability, and if things reach a criminal aspect, that becomes public regardless, right? So I think I'm placated, I guess, by the answers that have been followed up on. But I did have that concern about what is actually the committee that is trying to ensure the protections of the public's right to know. It's really a privacy committee, but the mission is public right to know. And I appreciated your comments in that regard.
If very quickly, if I could respond to that, Representative Harnett.
Go ahead, Representative.
Certainly, Representative Babbage, I didn't know I was involved in such a historic occasion as your last committee meeting in the legislature, but I welcome the fact that I am here for that. But your concern about the publicity aspect and protecting the reputation, that clearly has been shown across the country that instances of that have occurred. And, hopefully we have not had many instances of that in the state of Maine, and hopefully we won't have that going forward. But I think the other side of your question, the reason why the confidential advisor position idea developed was to try to provide somebody who is independent from the university hierarchy and from the university employment system in some way that would engender confidence from somebody who had experienced an assault, that they would be able to approach them in a way that they might be hesitant under the current circumstances, because that person is embedded within the university in a reporting and hierarchical way. So that's why there was such an emphasis by the people that the students that brought this bill together to create this position so that there would be somebody that had a more neutral stance within the university system and be focused on protecting the rights of the person who may have experienced assault, as opposed to showing undue allegiance to the university.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll recommend moving forward.
You recommend the committee approve the public records exception contained in title LD 1727?
I move that the committee move forward with the public records exception approval.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Galgay-Reckett. Sorry, Representative Moriarty. I've got the screen and the peripheral not working well. We have a motion and a second. I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll. I'm sorry, is there any further discussion? And I do not see any. Apologize for missing on that. Subi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kine. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kine. Senator Kine is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member voting in the negative, and 5 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Supi, and I would like to thank the chairs of education, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, for being with us today, and thank Hillary Rissler and Carolyn Russo for their assistance in working our way through what was a complex public records exception review. So thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say welcome to this committee on judiciary, to these 2 distinguished visitors here from the Department of Education. Representative Brennan, when I was in my first week in the legislature 18 years ago, was the Senate Majority Leader, and Kennebunk was going through a crisis, and it was at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night that the Senate Majority Leader and I and the Secretary of Education sat down and found a path forward that saved the town of Kennebunk a real crisis in staffing and so forth, and I will always be indebted. And here I am 18 years later, leaving the legislature in the hands of Representative Brennan, who is still serving, and also Senator Rafferty, who I worked with for over 3 decades, and our daughters are great friends and so forth. So it's a pleasure to be passing the torch to you as well, and welcome to our committee.
Thank you. And our analyst, Peggy Reinsch, has her hand up, perhaps to tell me that I've missed a step.
No, not at all. I just wanted to see if Representative Thorne, in voting against the approval, wanted to just, say no, or if he actually had some suggestions for changes.
I was saving the committee my comments, but I just straight ought not to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Rafferty, I saw you had a hand up earlier. Did you have a comment you wanted to make before we let you go?
I did, sir, and I just wanted to publicly thank Representative Babbage for his many years of service to our community and to the people of Maine. He's done a terrific job, and he's a lot of the reason why I'm here today. So that, once I got out of the teaching piece, Chris certainly was a great role model, and he encouraged me many times to get involved, and I'm happy I did, but thankful for his service and his continued friendship. So, and thank you all today.
Thank you. And you may note that just to torment me, Representative Babbage has left his hand up on one of his final committee comments. But Representative Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to echo Senator Rafferty's comments. First, I just want to thank you, Senator Carney and Representative Parnett, for helping us walk through this review, and other members of the committee. Really appreciate your time and your effort on this. And Representative Babbage, thank you very much for your years of service as well. I was going to reflect on the fact that I've had a chance to serve with you during both your stints in the legislature, and you've been a huge asset to the House, and it will be difficult to replace you. So I hope the committee has a good day, and we look forward to seeing you. We'll be spending a lot of time with each other next week.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public records exception review on LD 1727 and turn the virtual gavel back over to my Senate co-chair.
Thank you. I'm just briefly going to hold the virtual gavel because we are about to have Peggy lead us through a significant number of language reviews.
I think we're doing public records.
Oh, excuse me. I should not have the gavel. I'm not on task here. So the next thing we are going to do is to do, we've met 2 times as a subcommittee on the errors bill. That's LD 2034, an act to correct inconsistency, conflict, and errors in the laws. We've had 2 subcommittee meetings and done an in-depth review of the extensive materials related to the errors bill. and resolved a number of issues that arose. And Peggy led us through that process with assistance from Janet Stocco. And so at this point, we are conducting our final work session on the errors bill. And Peggy, by way of an OPLA analysis on this, did you want to just take us through this chart?
I would be happy to, and I regret to inform the people who aren't here in person that they do not have the chart at their fingertips. But the amendment we did send out last night, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody on the subcommittee. But I will let you know that we are still looking to make sure that we don't create more conflicts between this bill and other bills that are pending in the legislature. So I don't know if you want me to run through everything that's in the amendment. The purpose of the bill is to make technical changes. There is one substantive change that is included in the bill, and that is at the back of the amendment. It starts on page 6, and this is a recommendation from the Criminal Justice Committee. And it is about fuel gas detectors. And it changes the language about where they are required. The subcommittee did look at this. There was a memo from the Criminal Justice Committee explaining why this change was necessary, in addition to the technical language about putting in the dates. And so it's section D5 of the amendment. It changes where a fuel gas detector is needed to every room, from every room containing an appliance fueled by propane, natural gas, or any liquefied petroleum gas, to every room containing an appliance that combusts propane, natural gas, or any liquefied petroleum in the gas. So it actually narrows that application, which was the intent of the Criminal Justice Committee. So this carries out their intent, but I will tell you that it is a substantive change, but the subcommittee thought that was an appropriate change. I do want to, if you notice, there's a little note on page 1 that says section A24. Thank you to Representative Babbage. I was perfectly happy with the recommendation that was in the errors bill about changing the kind of the planning, the land use oversight from the state planning office to the governor's office of policy, innovation, and the future. And Representative Babbage asked if we would please review that, and we did. And Director Pingree said, no, you're right, it shouldn't be with us. It should be over in Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning. So thank you, Representative Babbage, for making that change. And I do not see him on screen.
He is heading up for the 1 o'clock confirmation.
Well, just let him know that I appreciate his attention to detail. The chart shows all the work that the subcommittee did in looking at everything that's in the bill. The bill itself has 55 sections in Part A. It has 5 sections in Part B. And then everything on the back of the chart was considered by the subcommittee. A lot of those were rejected because they were substantive and didn't need to happen right now. And we fixed it. We deleted an obsolete paragraph that referred to something that doesn't exist anymore, and we corrected the spelling of the Passamaquoddy reservation in, I don't know how to say it, but I've referred to it as Indian Township on the Marine Resources Advisory Council. I'm happy to talk to you in any detail about any of this. And I do want to say I appreciate all the help from people in my office and also people outside the office that we reached out to. And also my fabulous secretary, Tanya, for doing all the copying and all the binders. So thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. And I think we owe thanks to all of those people and also for you. The errors bill is kind of a special bill for those who are listening. It is is a detailed review of everything that has passed the legislature in order to determine whether there are errors and inconsistencies that need to be fixed. And it's a lot of painstaking work that you've led in a really detailed, thorough, and also really fun way. It's an odd bill, but it's a super fun one, and you've kept us smiling throughout the process. And so, committee members, are there any questions for Peggy regarding the amendment that we have before us with regard to the errors bill? For those in the committee room, you've got it on green paper. Representative Harnett?
I just want to thank Peggy for making me take notes about the Treaty of Ghent and not understanding that that was actually not part of the errors bill. I will remember that for a long time. Thank you.
If I could.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Harnett.
I just wanted to mention that I spoke with Representative Cardone yesterday, and she sends her regards to the Errors Bill Subcommittee and is mourning the fact that she was not on that committee this year because it's one of her favorite bills to deal with either, and also sending regards to Peggy. So anyway, I just wanted to pass that on so that she wouldn't, throw a spitball or something at me in the house, and get both of us in trouble. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on either the errors bill itself or the proposed amendment that is before us? I'm not seeing any. Is there a motion on the errors bill? Representative Harnett?
I move ought to pass as amended on LD 2034.
Thank you very much, committee members. I recognize Representative Evangelos.
Second.
So motion by Representative Harnett, seconded by Representative Evangelos. Committee members, is there any discussion of the motion? Not seeing any. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are, and our clerk has appeared, and you may call the roll.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. That is the vote of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass as amended motion on LD 2034, an act to correct inconsistencies, conflicts, and errors in the laws, passes 8-0 with 6 members absent. And with that, and I think a round of applause for Peggy, will close the work session on the errors bill.
we try to triage the bills that need your absolute attention. And the things we think you need to focus on before the clock runs out are 2008. You should have an amendment in front of you that I believe it's on white paper. Yeah, Representative Thorne has it. And I believe I sent this out to everybody, and I think it's posted. So we'd like you to look at that, because that's one that you had expressed an interest in revoting. We also would like you to look at 1926, because it needs a revote, because the majority ought to pass report actually needs a technical amendment. So we have to change that to ought to pass as amended. And then Janet has two bills that she needs to talk you through some of the fiscal information, LD 480 and LD 1950. And then we've got a whole stack that we can get to.
So we should do the more complicated ones while we're still fresh.
Well, the ones that definitely, yeah, right.
Okay.
Because I think everything else, if we don't get a chance to do this in person or, talking about, if you have individual questions, you can always seek us out and we can help you. But I think these require kind of more of a committee discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, so if the first one is LD 2008, this is Representative Madigan's bill. The majority report was to create a study committee. It was based on Representative Madigan's suggestion. And what you have in front of you, I hope, on the white paper is it's a marked up version that has 14 members, and handwritten in is an additional member to change it to 15. One member representing a statewide organization representing physicians appointed, then that person would be appointed by the Speaker of the House.
And I am sorry I did not bring this up sooner, committee members, but the judicial branch also suggested that it might be helpful to the committee to have the judicial branch participate in this study group. The original bill that was presented to us was focused almost exclusively on the creation of a specific court process. And so I do feel that it would be important to, before we reconsider this, to also discuss and consider adding one more member of the committee, which would be a representative of the judicial branch. So I'd like to know if committee members have comments or feedback related to that suggestion before we reconsider 2008. Representative Harnett.
I would just lend my support to that change. This will affect the judicial department extensively. So it's creating a new process. If it goes, there's a possibility that it would create a new court proceeding, court process. So absolutely, they should be there and represented.
Thank you. Committee members, I'm seeing some nodding heads. Does anybody wish to speak to this proposed amendment? Okay, thank you. Then, Peggy, do you need anything else from us with regard to adding yet another person?
No, I will add that, and what we usually do with somebody from the judicial branch is that we say the Chief Justice. Sorry, what we usually say is that the Chief Justice is invited to appoint somebody to work with the committee. So I don't have the exact language right in front of me, but I will add that. I'm assuming you're going to revote this, right?
Yes.
To make those changes. Okay, yes, I'm good.
Thank you. So committee members, is there a motion? Let's start with a motion to reconsider LD 2008. This would be a motion by someone in the majority. Representative Sheehan?
I move to reconsider.
And is there a second? Seconded by Representative, oh, go ahead, Representative Moriarty. Seconded by.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Seconded by Representative Moriarty. And so is there any discussion of the motion to reconsider? Not seeing any. And so at this point, Supi, thank you for calling the roll on the motion to reconsider.
You're very welcome. Representative Galgay Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion to reconsider prevails 8-0. And so now I will ask the committee if a committee member wishes to offer a motion on LD 2008. Representative Harnett?
I move ought to pass as amended.
And can you just briefly, that would be
Sure.
with both
I'm
amendments?
sorry, both amendments, the addition of an organization representing physicians appointed by the Speaker of the House and a member representing the judicial branch appointed by the Chief Justice, or whatever the magic language is.
Thank you very much. And is there a second on that motion? Representative Evangelos?
I second the motion on the 2 additions.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there any discussion on the pending motion? Not seeing any hands up. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. Thank you, Supi.
You're very welcome. Representative Galgay Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne. It's too many.
Oh. Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass as amended vote on reconsideration carries 8-0, and 6 committee members have the opportunity to vote in the coming 2 days, 2 business days. Thank you. And so we'll close the language review and work session on 2008.
So the next one I'd like you to take up is 1926, and it's in your pile. It is, it's green, and it might be on the very bottom. Okay. So this was the bill that authorizes the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services to finally adopt their rules regarding compensation. The funding for the compensation was already in the budget. There are rules about how they compensate attorneys is a major substantive rule. And so the major substantive rule process is they go all the way through up to final adoption, except then they submit to the legislature. If they've submitted it by the deadline in January, which they did, then a resolve is presented to the legislature, and the legislature has the choices of passing it as saying, yes, go ahead and adopt these rules, amending the rules, amending the resolve to say, we approve these rules only if you amend them, or amending the resolve and saying, we do not give our authority for you to go forward with these rules. So the majority of the committee voted ought to pass. A minority of the committee voted to amend the resolve to say, we do not authorize these rules. So what you have in front of you, so I thought the majority report was ought to pass and there was no fiscal note. And I thought, great, that can go out. And then we looked and we said, there's a misspelling in the title of the bill and the text of the bill. And the only way to fix that is through an amendment. So unfortunately, what was an ought to pass of the majority needs to be an ought to pass as amended to make these very technical changes. Or we could do it in the errors bill, I guess, next time.
And so the spelling is council versus council.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And when I brought it to people's attention, they said, I never saw that. I didn't realize, it's not like people didn't think that was thought it was the right word. It just never jumped out at them.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I didn't see it either.
No.
Okay, so committee members, is there any question for Peggy regarding this change? Is there a motion to reconsider? A Representative Moriarty?
Yes, I move to reconsider, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And is there a second? Representative Sheehan?
Seconded.
Thank you. Okay, so motion to reconsider by Representative Moriarty, seconded by Representative Sheehan. Any discussion? Not seeing any. So people call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kine. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion to reconsider passes 8-0. So now I would turn to committee members for a motion. Representative Moriarty.
Madam Chair, I move ought to pass as amended to correct the spelling error.
Thank you. And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Any discussion? Not seeing any hands up. And so I think we're ready for the vote, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby. I will recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Many thanks. And so the ought to pass as amended motion carries 8-0, and 6 members will have 2 business days to record their votes as well. Thank you, committee members. We sailed through that pretty expeditiously. And thank you, Peggy. Janet Stocco has arrived and is going to take us through 480. Is that right, Janet, or something else?
We also have 1950.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will leave the order up to you.
Sorry, making hand signals to Subi in the back, who's calling OFPR in case you have questions for OFPR. He's going to be available to talk because a lot of this is fiscal.
Oh, thank you.
So would you like me to share the amendment or just tell you what it is? I think you might want to see the fiscal. So
Which bill are we on?
1950. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're on the amendment review for LD 1950. This is an act to implement the recommendations of the commission to create a plan to incorporate the probate courts into the judicial branch. And there was an ought to pass as amended motion that received 9 votes, and there were 5 ought not to pass. And so it comes to us on amendment review.
That's correct. And just so that you can see this was emailed out, so everybody should be looking at the same thing. What the amendment at the work session was, we knew about item number 1, which is shown on the first page here, which there was a technical error. There was an or missing. So the or is being added back. But then numbers 2, 3, and 4, if you recall, there were a couple of questions. I had prepared a chart of all of 1950s language. And there were a couple of questions in the margins. And you all authorized me to work with Representative Harnett on answering those questions. And so there were 3 questions that he decided that should be incorporated into the amendment. And the numbering that I've used on the side matches the numbering in the summary. So if you want to look at it.
Yeah, if it's helpful to you to screen share, I think it might be helpful to committee members as well. I think we would all probably benefit. And I'm sorry I didn't respond when you first asked, Janet, because it was a good idea.
Certainly. So this number 1 here at the top was the one thing you knew for sure was going to be in the amendment, other than obviously the fiscal note. And there was just an or missing. And so that's being corrected. And then the next 2 paragraphs involve the training for court-appointed visitors once there is a transition over to a state probate court. And I had posed the question in the chart about whether there should be any domestic violence training or something similar to that, because this portion of the bill was modeled on the statute for guardians ad litem and the training that's required for them. But the way the language is written for guardians is very focused on child-centered cases. So it wasn't clear that that language could be transposed over. And so with Representative Harnett's help, and actually I think Senator Carney helped as well, because it wasn't clear. Senator Carney offered to help, and then Representative Harnett said he didn't want her to have everything on her plate. So they sort of worked together. So the suggestion is to add in training on financial exploitation, domestic abuse, and violence, as those issues can sometimes arise in guardianship cases. And that's where you have visitors appointed. And also conservative and other conservatorships and other protective arrangements. So that's number 2. Number 3, because I am very wordy, I wrote something twice in the bill. And so number 3 just gets rid of the second time I said the same thing. And you can check, it's slightly differently worded, but it is saying the same thing. So that's what number 3 is, getting rid of that. And then number 4 is several sections of the probate code now that talk about who is responsible, and it's right now the judge, who is responsible for somewhat overseeing the duties of the Register of Probate. So the Register of Probate is an elected position, the county probate judge is an elected position. If you transfer into a state probate court, the question that I had posed to everyone was, should it be the chief judge of the probate court? Should it be the judge who's been assigned to be the primary probate court judge in that region? Or should it be whoever is sitting on the bench in that probate court that day? And the chairs agreed that they thought it should be the judge who is assigned primarily to sit in that region to perform these sort of oversight roles. And what that means is if, for example, the registrar is unable to perform their duties, then they might suggest who could perform that in the meantime. Maybe there's an extended illness or something, or to report to the county commissioners in some extreme examples. I don't know that this happens very often, but you wouldn't want it to just say judge and not be clear about who that was. And so this was their recommendation for that language. So all of this, I believe, was included in your motion, which was to have the chairs answer those few questions. But obviously, if you want to revote it, I'm not going to stop you. But that's what the amendment is, other than there will be a fiscal note required. This literally came either right at 5 or a little bit after last night. So it hasn't had a chance to go through, and you don't see the appropriation section right in the text of the amendment, because we thought it was more important that you see it and talk about it, and we can have it incorporated later if you're all fine with it. So we're going to next scroll to the fiscal note. And here we have a lot of information, and it's all written out very well here in the fiscal note, but I actually think it's easier to understand if we go to the chart that Chris Nolan and OFBR put together, and I thank him very much for that. I hear he's not, oh, he might be here today. We're getting conflicting reports. He might be in hiding. So you'll see these are the appropriations and allocation sections that will end up in the amendment if you are fine with what the fiscal note says. But this is your chance to look at it. So if you look at the first part here, sorry, my screen is very dark. I need to brighten it. There we go. This, you can't quite see, it says FY2, that's fiscal year 23. So the first types of positions are, these are actual staff positions in the judicial branch that would have to be added. And just to remind you how this bill works, because it came out of the commission's work, is that starting January 1st, 2023, there will be 4 state probate court judges. And then in January 1st, 2025, the rest of the complement of state probate judges will come on board as the other counties phase out of having a county probate judge. And but it was a recommendation of the commission that despite the fact that you're starting out only with 4 judges, that you do establish those judge positions right away at the beginning when the first judge comes on board, and keep them funded. And there are several reasons for that. The most important being that if there should be a county judge who retires or who decides to resign, then that county would become folded into the state probate court. And if enough counties do that, there might be a need for an additional state probate court judge. And the way that the bill is written is that the chief justice could go to the governor and ask for an appointment of an additional state probate court judge. So you would need that funding available up front, or you couldn't actually appoint them and pay them any money. So I think that's part of the reason why the commission decided to move that forward that way. So if you see the first line is a judge for 6 months, because they're starting January 1st, 2023. So that's 6 months of that fiscal year. The chief judge as well. There are deputy marshals and law clerks, but as you start out, you'll see these are highlighted in yellow because only half of these positions will be funded up front, because you only have half the number of judges up front. The commission didn't vote to have everybody funded from the beginning, just it was very specific about the judges. So that's why these are in yellow, because you're only having half of the complement of those positions up front. Then the commission also voted, and then it was incorporated into the bill summary because we couldn't put the fiscal pieces in the bill because it takes a long time to pull this information together. So the summary reflects what the commission recommended, that there be an IT person and a facility person hired immediately. So that's why they are 12-month positions to help the judicial branch get ready for this transition. So those two positions are there for 12 months in the first fiscal year. And then the next two positions, when the judicial branch, you may remember, they indicated they had an entire committee that was working on pulling together this fiscal note. And when they looked at this entire bill, they added two new positions that weren't discussed at the commission level. This is a processing, let's see, it's written out better, processing planning manager position. I think this has helped figure out the probate court processes. And then a help desk technician would be added as well. So I just wanted to point out to you, those weren't anticipated originally, but then again, the judicial branch hadn't had a chance to really look at it at that time. So in their estimation, they also need these positions. You can see the help desk technician isn't on board initially. They would come on board maybe when the other judges come on board. It might be that supporting 4 judges, they have enough help desk technicians now, but when you add some more, maybe they need another help desk technician. I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words today, sorry. But the process planning management position, it looks like the judicial branch thought they needed that person initially right away, just like the facilities person and the IT person. So that is a change from what people knew about. I don't think it's some kind of a re-voting change. It's just worth pointing out to you that once this really had an in-depth fiscal look, that was what the judicial branch came up with. So the next set of rows on this
Janet,
spreadsheet.
before we move to the
Yes.
next set, let's just take a pause because I think that we can welcome Chris to the committee. And also, I think there are going to be some questions. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A small question, I think. And I understand the reason to fund 8 judges, even though we might not need them during the first 6 months. If those eventualities don't occur, what happens to that money?
This is where we need the expert. Do you want to share with me? Sure. And my screen has your sheet.
Welcome and thank you so much
Morning,
for
I'm,
joining us.
I'm Chris Nolan, Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
And I know you just walked in, so you might not understand my question. I don't know.
I do. So if
great.
they don't use the money for personal services for the positions, then that money goes to the salary pool with all unused personal services money. The baseline for 24 would include the full amount as the starting point for the 24-25 biennium. But the money that's left over from 23 would go to the salary pool. The all other component would carry and stay with that program.
When you say go to the salary pool, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
The salary pool essentially is a place that all money that is appropriated for personal services, if it's not spent, unfilled positions, et cetera. This is for all of state government.
All of state, okay.
Right. And that is used for various things, to fund things. Sometimes it's taken to fund new salary negotiations, et cetera. It's used in the budget. But this is for all of state government, not just specifically for this, but that's where general fund personal services balances go at the end of the fiscal year if they're unspent.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a follow-up question on Representative Harnett's question, because when we were doing the probate commission, I think we had originally envisioned only creating the chief judge and 4 positions or maybe 5 positions. Is if the number of positions funded were reduced and things occurred that created the need for appointment of a state probate judge in, say, in fiscal year 2023, but it wasn't included in the chart, what would be the process for funding that position? I'm not making it clear.
No, I didn't know whether you had an answer. So you would have to do some kind of interim position, create a position. It would have to be, I don't think it could be done without statute or legislature approving it to create a new interim position. I'm trying to decide whether they could do it by financial order. I don't know if they could just create a fifth position by financial order or not, or whether they'd have to come back and through a supplemental budget, you know, when we do a supplemental in January of 24, they could create it there, or through another bill could create it, I assume. But I don't think that they could create it by financial order without having the authority to do it, but I'd have to check on that. So they come back in the supplemental or in the biennial budget for 24, 25 and create additional positions, certainly as a request, as an initiative, not as part of the baseline. So the baseline would be just the 4 + 1 to 5 positions. So they would have to come back with another initiative, either in, usually we have an emergency supplemental at the beginning of, halfway through, would be fiscal year 24. And we do that and then do the biennial budget. So they could do it there.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful information. Committee members, any other questions regarding this first, the first part of the chart? Not, just check. And if you're participating remotely, if you can use your electronic hands, because that way I can see you even when we're screen sharing. I don't see any other hands up. And so Jana, I'll let you continue. Thanks.
Oh, that's 24.
Okay, so the next set of rows are for fiscal year 2024, and you can see all the positions are funded here on a full year basis. The next set of costs are professional services. And so this is where it gets a little tricky. So I want to remind you what the bill does based on the commission's recommendation is that for guardians ad litem and visitors appointed in probate court cases, if they are appointed by a county probate judge in a county, once the state court starts during this transitional time, if they're appointed by a county judge in a county, the county will continue to pay those costs. But if they're appointed by a state probate judge in under the bill, then the state judicial branch would pay those costs. So this is why you need funding. And for the first fiscal year, it's 6 months worth of funding. And then in fiscal year 2024, it would be a full year of funding. And that's why you have half the amount. So the commission talked about guardians ad litem and visitors. It didn't specifically talk about interpreters or court reporters and mediators. In drafting the bill, we noticed the need to address court reporters. And so the bill specifically talks about that starting January 1st, 2023 in cases presided over by a state probate judge. Those court reporter fees have to be paid by the judicial branch. But then when the judicial branch looked and did a deep dive, they realized we needed to cover interpreters and mediators. So those are added as well, even though not raised before, but they really needed to look at all the potential costs. So that's where these come from.
Committee members, any questions about that? Not seeing any. Okay, thanks.
So the next category of costs are the lease or rental of the facilities. And the bill does contemplate that they'll try to use existing county probate court facilities and rent those from the counties wherever possible. And then all of the other things you can see listed out are costs that would exist. And I believe they're all half costs except for these pop-up workstations, which are only a first year cost. And I will hope that if you have a question about that, that Director Nolan will not mind answering that question.
I mean, these are all just requests from judiciary items that they think that they need to, in order to be able to do this. You know, we had a discussion about, you know, we have some discussion explaining them, et cetera, whether the estimate was for a full year or a half year, given the start date. And so that's, some of them are full year, some of them they wanted to start the process earlier. Some of them they thought they only needed the first year funding and not the second year with the pop-up workstation. So that's what we tried to reflect in this detail. But most of that is just what the department said that they needed in order to be able to do this. I think they would prefer that they'd had a full year of funding for all those items for both that grouping and also for the professional services. But I mean, we obviously can't ignore the 6 month of January 1st, 23 start date. So we didn't feel comfortable, you know, giving them a full year of all those pieces. So if they were going to disagree what we had here, they would argue that there should be a full year in 23, similar to what's funded in 24. But given the 6 month start date, we weren't comfortable doing that. So that's what we recommend, is just that first 6 months of cost. 23, and it gets into the fact that 23 is the second year of a biennium and is setting the baseline for 24, 25. That the baseline for those all other components would be set at the lower amount because they're only getting 6 months of funding. So, you know, perhaps part of their request was to get that level higher so that it would set the baseline moving forward for 24 and 25 at the higher level when they do have full years. And we also added carrying language so that for these all other components, and that's everything other than the personal services discussion that you were having when I walked in. So that those pieces will all carry. So whatever they don't spend in any of these items, they would have available in 24 to spend, but the baseline would be set starting the biennial budget 24, 25 at the lower 23 number. So if you wanted to have them have more money in 24 without going through the budget process, you could give them a full year of 20 in 23 and have that be the higher setting number, but I'm kind of going off on a tangent. But so that's why the number is half in 23 what it is in 24.
And so for the positions that were the 12-month positions that they need in order to prepare for this transition, are those taken into account at all in this set of costs, or is this set of costs really truly reflecting that all of the positions in FY23 would be 6 month positions?
The all other costs associated with the positions are not in that section. They're up with the personal services cost at the top. There's an all other section. So the appropriation gives them the one-time costs for all the positions in the first year in order to set up and do what they need to do for those positions, and if they need to hire any additional judges. So all that money is funded and then would carry into the second year and be available to them in the second year. So we've not only fully funded the positions, the personal services, we've also fully funded their startup costs in this appropriation that's before you. It's these other kind of general costs of setting up the whole process that are not related to specific positions, obviously related to the operations of the whole program, but those are the ones that we only gave them 6 months of funding.
Okay, thank you. I was misunderstanding the relationship between the two sections. I appreciate you
No,
clarifying.
there
it.
are all other costs that go with positions, maybe their laptops and other things. And those are in the top part, and those are assumed because the positions are all funded, that they're all other costs are also all funded. So the bottom part is just all other. That's just kind of generally for the program setup and not specifically related to the positions.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify it for me. Appreciate that.
And then the last category at the bottom, after the judicial department totals, is funding to the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. So this, if you remember in the bill, is treated differently than guardians ad litem and visitors. So what the bill does on the commission's recommendation is say that all court-appointed counsel that are at public expense, so that's if the person doesn't have sufficient financial assets to pay for the counsel, and there's a statute directing that there be a court appointment if it's necessary, then for all of those costs, whether the counsel is appointed by a state probate judge or a county probate judge, all of those costs would be funded by the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, or whatever it's called if you all decide to rechange the name. And the funding here in the first year is half of what the amount was prepared by the Executive Director, Justin Andrus. He submitted a memo early on. It's been in the electronic committee file for quite some time, explaining his process for reaching this figure. And it's half for the first year because it's going to start January 1st, 2023, which is where the bill starts those payments.
Thank you.
So if you look up, now that we have seen where it came from, there will be two appropriation and allocation sections, but first at the top, this is the carrying language that Director Nolan was referring to, allowing some money to be carried forward. But then there will be first an appropriation to the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services to cover those court-appointed attorney costs in probate court cases, regardless of whether it's a state or a county judge. And then there will be one appropriation for all of the different personal services, all other costs, everything that we've just been discussing. And this is the language you'll see that's proposed for that appropriation. I will note, it occurred to me right now, so luckily Director Nolan's sitting next to me, so I can sort of pose a question myself. Some of these positions start at different times, but there are a few that start immediately. And so I would think that we need to put this in this section of the bill, or the part of the bill that starts immediately under the emergency preamble, but we'll work that out. But it doesn't mean everybody's funded immediately. This is just telling you a total here of what all those will be in that fiscal year.
Thank you. Okay, so.
But it does create the head count of 26. Even though they're not all filled in the first year, as you went over, because you went over that first part, so. But it does create the positions, all 26.
Sorry for the interruption. We were just, I know that Representative Cardone was the sponsor of the bill that created the commission, and she hasn't had a chance to see the fiscal note yet. And so I was hoping that we could benefit from her thoughts on it as well. Okay, so Mr. Nolan, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last statement that you made because we were working to provide the fiscal note to Representative Cardone. Could you just back up and repeat the most recent thing you said?
Oh, I was just pointing out that while the positions aren't all funded by the appropriation that's in the fiscal note, all the positions are created. So all 26 positions are created. So they'd be created permanently as positions. They're just not funded, all funded. So when the next budget request comes to fund this in the 24-25 budget, if the positions would not need to be created, they'd already be there. There would just be additional funding to pay for fully funding all the positions in 24 and 25.
Okay. Just committee members have questions about that? Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we spend too much time or more time on the fiscal note, I guess my question is one of practicality. If we do disagree with some of the figures, some of the money that is forecast, do we in fact have any recourse?
That would, yeah, let's ask that question to Mr. Nolan. If we, or for example, Representative Cardone, who's been working on this legislation as well, if we had questions and concerns, is that something that we need to resolve right now in the context of the amendment review, or is that something that can continue to be worked on in the coming days?
First, I will point out that the committee has total authority over the appropriation allocation section. So whatever the committee wants to fund in the appropriation allocation section, that's part of the bill. And that's certainly, you have full authority over that. And anything you change in that, we would adjust the fiscal note accordingly. So that's up to you what if you mentioned funding less positions, et cetera, or more positions. So that's your call as to what you want to fund in the appropriation allocation section. So we certainly would adjust whatever you decide you want to do. Moving forward, I mean, ultimately, the bill would probably be recommended to go to the table, and then we could certainly have additional discussions when the bill's on the table. And Representative Cardone definitely knows where to find me. So we could have those discussions at any point. It would just be the timing if you wanted to adjust something prior to the bill moving forward. So I was going to say upstairs, but I forgot where I was, downstairs. So it depends when you want to make changes, what changes. So if you can make any changes you want to the appropriation allocation section. If you want to be, we're trying to interpret what the marked up version said as what we put in our recommendation on the appropriation allocation section. So if you change any of that, just, we just will amend that and do an amended amendment and an amended fiscal note.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question really doesn't go to the positions that we approve, but rather OFPR's projection of the cost of filling those positions. Do we have any authority to intervene in their cost projections? And is there a recourse in that regard? If not, I hate to sort of reopen the book on the positions that are required to carry out the report of the committee. And my understanding roughly has been that we are just stuck with OFPR's projections. If I'm wrong, I need to know.
Okay, and I think Janet has some insight that she can share with us.
I'm not precisely sure what you want to amend, but if, for example, you were to say, we don't agree that that position is necessary, certainly that could be changed.
No,
but
I'm not talking about positions. I'm talking about, let's say we want all of the positions as we have previously indicated. We now have the cost projections. can we do anything about the cost projections?
Right.
Unless we erase positions.
I was getting there. So if you were talking about the salary associated with that position, I don't know that that can be changed very much. Director Nolan could probably correct me if I'm wrong on that. But if you're talking more about facility costs or whether that rental cost would be the same, I think you can decide we don't want to fund that much rental amount, and they'll just have to make do with less or more. I think you can make that decision. But that was the distinction I was trying to make. You could certainly, I know you weren't proposing it, but you could say, you know, this other position, help desk technician, for example, we actually don't want to fund that. And we'll have them come back to us if they really turn out to need it. But all of the, as far as what a salary is associated with that position, that I don't think you can change. And then all of the other things are, as Director Nolan said, up to you, because they will appear as appropriations and you have complete control of the appropriation. Now, if you were to say, we think that mailing actually only costs 12 cents a stamp instead of whatever the current rate is, you can change the appropriation accordingly, but the fiscal note might say something to the effect of, we actually think it's this, and just give everybody all the information they need from voting. I used an absurd example just to explain how that would work.
Does that answer your question, Representative?
I think it does, Madam Chair. I think the bottom line is that we are stuck with the cost projections for every position that we have determined that we want.
Director Nolan?
So we take the input for the Department of Judiciary as to what positions they think or requesting to be included, which we did. We didn't change any of those positions. They submit a salary level and a grade level. And we review all those, and we didn't change any of those recommendations that they made. So because we're creating new judges, they base all of the salaries and positions on district court judges. So those positions need to be created as probate court judges. But they use district court judge positions as the basis of the salary. So we review all those requests that they made. We can go into the system and check all the salary. Change position, again, that's your prerogative. If there's not a section, so not for executive, go on. Some other judge could also change that. What the estimated price for salary and benefits, that's pretty much that position is its salary exists and its benefit practices and all other costs for laptop or whatever.
Madam Chair.
Let me just, Janet would like to provide some feedback, and then you can proceed, Representative. Janet, go ahead.
And I'm not suggesting you wanted to change that, but I did want to point out that the bill itself requires the salaries to be the same as the district court. You can obviously change that.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll just make an admission that I am absolutely unprepared to go back to square one and determine what positions and ancillary support each one needs. So for what that's worth, I think it's a bit late in the game to do that.
Yeah, I agree. And I had a suggestion. I think that Janet, I don't think that we need, do we need to re-vote this in order to incorporate the fiscal note?
I don't believe so, because when you voted, it was clear that you knew that there would be a fiscal note and it would be included in the amendment. That's what my notes reflect.
Okay.
But you will, this does have to get processed and it will be incorporated. And I was planning to just email it out to you and say, this is what you saw before, but this is what it looks like as a package.
Yeah.
So you will see it again, but our office is told to give you all very little time because the clock is ticking.
Yes, we know that. And, okay, so this is my suggestion as to how we proceed. We have, we had previously, we knew that the language changes that Janet made were to be incorporated. We also knew that there was going to be a fiscal note. We will have one more look at this before it gets released from committee. And so I feel like we've gained, I know that I personally have gained a lot of additional helpful information about the fiscal note. And Director Nolan, I wanted to thank you so much for rushing up here today and providing the information to us on such short notice. But I think committee members that at this point we should just approve the language review informally as we typically do when we're not reconsidering, and consider our work on the language review aspect of this bill complete. Is that acceptable to committee members?
Yes.
Okay. Janet, is there anything that I have, or we as a committee have not done that you feel that we should address in regards to the language review on 1950?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you as well. And Director Nolan, once again, we really appreciate this. I think this is your first time in this legislature that you've appeared before this version of the Judiciary Committee, and we appreciate you being here. Oh, yes.
I just want to say, if I had gotten up here on time, I was at another meeting, and I apologize for that. The reason that it took a little longer than we normally do, our staff person who does this work left to pursue another job a month or so ago. So that's why you get stuck with me. And I know we've had this for a good month or so, and I apologize that it took so long, and you're doing it here at the last minute. So.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you. Let's see, Janet, would you like, so we're done the language review on 1950.
Did you want to do 480?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do 480, and that'll give us a short break before we take up our afternoon of work.
Okay, then I told Director Nolan not to leave. So LD 480, this one I received this morning. Actually, Director Nolan stayed quite late and sent it over. So I put it together this morning for you, and I thank him very much. He knew I begged that you be able to see this in person today, and he did move mountains to make that happen. So I just want to thank him while he's here. So this is another majority report. LD 480 is an act to establish a presumption of entitlement to counsel for a person who's the subject of adult guardianship, conservatorship, or other protective arrangement proceeding. This is another 9-5 vote. And the amendment before you is the majority amendment, and the folks who voted for it are listed at the top of the page. This, if you're in person here, I gave this to you on green along with a yellow piece of paper. If you're not in person, you only have the amendment that other folks have in green, but I can show you what's on the yellow piece of paper. Don't worry, you won't be left out. So the amendment, if you recall, was to lower the threshold of evidence required to rebut the presumption that's established in the bill that an adult who's a subject of the guardianship, conservatorship, or other protective arrangement proceeding, if they are the subject of that proceeding and they aren't already represented, there's a presumption that an attorney would be appointed unless certain criteria are found in the bill by clear and convincing evidence, and then in the amendment that would be lowered to finding those criteria by a preponderance of the evidence. Because it's really hard to see what that means, if you look on the next page, this is the bill's text, and you can see how you rebut the presumption. So that just shows you where the clear and convincing evidence is being replaced by a preponderance of the evidence. The other thing you clearly voted for, because this bill did have that same type of amendment in the last year. And there were some fiscal costs associated, and it was flagged as a potential state mandate, and it was carried over. And you directed me when you took the vote this time around, the folks in the majority said, we want to fund that mandate, which would mean under the constitutional provision, you have to fund at least 90% of the costs associated with it. So that's what you see circled here. This is where the amendment is in processing between our office and the revisor's office. And they said it was pending fiscal. And again, I just got the fiscal information, so it hasn't been incorporated yet, but that's okay, because when you discuss it, you can decide how you want to incorporate it. So the next page that you'll have is the fiscal note prepared by OFPR. And it has some numbers on it. I'm going to shrink it a little bit on the screen so you can see a little bit more at once. So to remind you what is the mandate, and the mandate is that counties will have to be appointing, well, county probate courts will have more attorneys appointed, presumably, if the presumption results in moratoriums being appointed. Because right now, under current law, which is attached on that yellow handout I gave folks, if you're online, this is in the electronic committee file. Under current law, there isn't a requirement that an attorney be appointed for these adult respondents unless there is a reason to trigger it. For example, when the visitor goes to visit, if the visitor's report says, I suggest this person have an attorney, that might be a reason. If the respondent wishes to contest any part of the proceeding, then the judge would be required to appoint an attorney, et cetera. And now, instead of requiring those findings, it's assuming that one will be appointed unless you find to the contrary there isn't, for example, any contest, or the person doesn't want an attorney, and they can make that intelligent, voluntarily decision not to have an attorney, for example. So the idea that there would be more attorneys appointed and the county has to pay for those attorneys is what triggers the potential, the reason it's flagged as a potential state mandate. And what the OFPR determined would be the cost of all of these attorney appointments is 1.4 million or so. And you do a 90% figure, you get to this almost 3 million figure, and that is being funded. But then you say, Janet, that doesn't make sense because we have a 1.394 figure. That is not 1.29. What are you talking about? And I did want to point out, just like the fiscal note that was prepared last year, there are some additional costs to the Department of Health and Human Services, because in cases where attorneys are appointed, they can't use their non-attorney staff. They need to use attorneys in those public guardianship cases, so they have additional costs. So if you add those numbers up, that's where you get the number that the fiscal note has as an appropriation that would be required. You go to the next page, this shows you the appropriations provisions that would be added to your amendment if you're in the majority and you agree with all of this analysis. So the only thing I wanted to raise to you, the next is the voting page, is what actually does the mandate provision of the state constitution say? So if you're here in person, you should be looking at the yellow piece of paper, but for folks at home, I called up the relevant constitutional provisions on the screen. And for something to be a state mandate, what the Constitution says is the state may not require a local unit of government, and there's case law and everything else showing that the county is included there. So we're clear on that point. So the state can't require a local unit of government to expand or modify that unit's activities. So that's one part of the test, so as to necessitate additional expenditures from local revenues, unless the state provides annually 90% of the funding for these expenditures from state funds not previously appropriated. Or you can put the mandate preamble on and vote with 2/3 vote. So that's the other option. So it's my understanding from speaking repeatedly to Director Nolan, who's been very kind with his time for me, that the $1.4 million figure that you see that's being used to calculate this mandate is the estimate. And it's very hard if you worked on the commission, if you remember, to estimate what these costs are. So you have to understand that as the baseline. But that figure is the total cost for all attorneys that would be appointed by county probate courts and paid for at public expense in these cases, not the incremental increase in cost. If you just look at, when you make the presumption that there should be an attorney, you might have more attorneys appointed. More attorneys appointed, you might have more costs. So the way that the fiscal note is written is it's appropriating 90% of the cost for all of the attorneys that are going to be appointed in these cases at public expense. As I personally read the mandate provision of the Constitution, I think it's possible to interpret it as saying what the legislature has to fund is 90% of the cost of the additional expenditures, which would be the additional attorneys being appointed that aren't already being appointed at public expense. I don't think there's clear case law on this. I just wanted to point out to you that it's possible to read it that way, in which case you need to reduce. If that's what you decide it means, you would reduce the figure. I have absolutely no idea how OFPR could possibly calculate that figure, but it is possible to interpret the constitutional provision that way. And so I wanted to raise to you that that's a choice you have to make and figure out how you want to proceed. I hope that makes sense.
I think it does, I believe. Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
It might to everybody else. You're saying, I think what you're saying is we would only have to fund 90% above and beyond what they're already paying for these costs, for these
Yes.
attorneys' fees.
Let's look at the language, and maybe that will help where I'm coming up with this argument, but it's not, because I'm a lawyer, I will tell you, it's not crystal clear. It never is, or we would not have job security. So if you look at the test, it's requiring a local unit of government to expand or modify that unit's activities. I think it's arguable that you're expanding the number of attorneys they're appointing, but it's so as to necessitate additional expenditures. So they're already appointing some attorneys. These are additional expenditures. And then you look at what do you have to fund? It says, unless the state provides annually 90% of the funding for these expenditures. I think it's arguably that's these additional expenditures, but the word additional isn't there. So you could argue that either way if you're a good attorney.
Yeah, I agree with your interpretation. I think that and I also understand just from my work on the probate commission study that probate courts, they do have records of what their expenditures are on these, their past expenditures are on these fees. And so I do think we would like to ask you, Director Nolan, if you can revisit that.
It is not our interpretation of the mandate statute, the way that Janet portrayed it. We believe that, and we always have priced what the total cost of the mandate is, and not what I would argue would be the net cost, which is, yes, you are, because entities, local entities may or may not be doing this thing already. When we estimate what the total cost of the mandate is, we do not net out what, we do this for, in this case, it's counties, but schools or municipalities, when we do those other mandates, it's what the total cost of the mandate is. You, as a county, now are required to do this. The state is imposing that mandate on you to do this. We estimate the cost to be this, and the statute is to pay 90% of that cost. We do not adjust out what any local government may or may not be doing consistent with that mandate. We just estimate what the total cost is, and that's what we believe that we should be doing and always have done. So.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Janet?
And I will say sometimes it's OFPR's job to be very diligent and flag all potential state mandates. And they do have, under the joint rules, the responsibility for interpreting that and for setting forth that number. So the director is absolutely right. That is their job. There are every once in a while, there are occasions when a committee might disagree with what the potential flag state mandate is. I'm not aware of any disagreements about the amount. I did talk to a couple of people in my office really quickly this morning, and they weren't aware of this kind of, is it the incremental increase from the bill or is it the overall mandate? They weren't aware of those disputes, but I do know in the past, there have been occasions where there's been a flagged potential state mandate, and the committee might disagree that they don't think it is a state mandate. And so you could put in the summary of the amendment if you wanted your logic. If you think it should only be the incremental cost, you could put that in the summary. And eventually that will have to be resolved either by changing the amount of the appropriations provision, because remember, OPR is creating the fiscal note and that is their job. And what they have analyzed should be what's written there, but you are in control of the appropriations provision. And so you can decide what you want to put in that. And then you would explain in the summary to the amendment why those figures might not agree. And they might revise the fiscal note as well to help explain why the numbers don't agree. And then ultimately, what's the penalty, for example, if it turns out this were to be litigated and the law court would say, you know, Director Nolan was right, you should have funded 90% of the whole mandate, then that would mean that the county probate courts would not be bound by this presumption change.
Okay.
So it's not that everything would go away and there would never be attorneys again. It's just they aren't bound by something that isn't either voted by 2/3 and is a mandate or is funded at 90% of the correct level. And we disagree on our interpretation, but that happens a lot of times. And I can't guarantee to you, I'm just pointing out there is an alternative possible interpretation. I don't know if it's right. I just wanted you to be aware of it so that you can make the choice.
Okay, thank you. Representative Evangelos, I believe your hand's been up for a while and I apologize that I didn't notice it sooner. Go ahead.
It's okay, Senator Carney. It wasn't up very long. Mr. Nolan, are you still with us?
Yeah.
I'm remote, so it's hard to see at the head of the podium. I don't want you to answer this now because it's not germane, but would you write me an email when you have a moment and let me know if this mandate language, the 90% making up the funding, applied to the municipalities being required to take over the state aid roads? Because I don't remember getting 90% back when I was with the towns I ran. It was kind of a sliding scale and then the help disappeared. That's a question. I don't want an answer now. We have a lot of work to do today, but I'm just curious about that when you have a moment. Thanks.
And you may want to follow up with an email to him because we've got just about 20 minutes before our confirmation hearings start this afternoon. I would like to wrap up our work on 480. Does any committee member have a question specific to LD 480? I am not seeing any questions. And Representative Harnett, I know you were trying to get my attention. Did you have anything you wanted to add on 480?
No.
Okay. At this point, Janet, I think perhaps, and I'll ask the committee to agree, if we could add to the summary a reference to the fact that counties are spending some amount of money already on this, on providing a legal representation.
And do you not want to change the appropriations provision itself, then just explain in the summary?
Yeah, I think that that's the best way to move forward. Thank you. And thank you for the discussion of this issue. It was very interesting.
So what we do is create a new program, which is what's in the appropriation to disperse the funds. And so that whole process would need to be set up. So if it's over appropriated and the money's not used, then that money would stay with the state. So if we appropriate the full amount of money that's we're currently proposing, and then it's not used, that there's not, I mean, I assume the process would be that the counties would bill the state for the cost of the attorneys. If that money is not used, then that money would stay with the state. So
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful information as well. And so do we need to take any vote on 480, Janet, or because it was ought to pass as amended. Are we all set with?
It includes the fiscal information already, and it's just a decision on your part whether you think putting that information in the summary requires a revote, or you feel like that was part of the whole understanding that there would be a mandate discussion. That was part of your vote originally. So it's really up to you. If you want to revote it, I don't mind coming back later when there might be more people present.
No, I think that, I don't think that we actually need to revote it. I think that that was assumed in the discussion. Thank you. And so that finishes the language review on 480. Thank you. I think that is it's time to wrap up our work on language reviews, on amendment reviews for this morning or afternoon, and have a 15-minute break before we begin our confirmation hearings. And so we'll be in recess until a little bit before 1. Thank you, Supi. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. We are all very honored to be here for the confirmation hearing on the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for appointment as Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Court. We will start, as we typically do committee meetings, with committee member introductions, and then we'll begin the hearing. This meeting is in hybrid format, and you'll see that some committees are attending remotely. And I will begin the committee introductions by calling on committee members who are participating remotely to introduce themselves. Representative Evangelos, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Supreme Court Justice Richard Lawrence. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reckitt.
Good afternoon. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I live in South Portland, Maine, and I represent South Portland Ocean End in the legislature, District 31.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Sanborn, and I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook.
Thank you, Senator. And committee member introductions. Representative Moriarty, could you start us off and we'll work our way around the horseshoe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in person. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I live in downtown Biddeford. I represent House District 12.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Thorne. I'm House Representative for House District 103, which is located in the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Representative Sheehan, could you please turn off your mic just because we can't have too many on at once? And then Representative Babbage, would you like to introduce yourself?
I would, Madam Chair. My picture will be activated momentarily. My name is Christopher Babbage. I'm representing House District 8, and that is most of the town of Kennebuck.
Co-Chair Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside.
Thank you. And I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, where I live, and a little bit of Scarborough. I'll be chairing the first hearing, and Co-Chair Harnett will chair our second confirmation hearing today. We do wish to welcome Judge Lawrence. We have a script that will follow, and so I will open up the confirmation hearing with the required statement. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for appointment as an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. The meeting today is being conducted in the hybrid format. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted in hybrid format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone participating by Zoom can be seen and also heard if their audio is activated. People testifying by Zoom cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. The meeting will be recorded and is available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after our work today has concluded. We will begin the hearing with a motion to confirm, and for that purpose, I recognize Representative Lois Galgay-Reckett.
I am honored to do this. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend the confirmation of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland as an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. Committee members, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. The chair now recognizes the governor's legal counsel, Jerry Reed, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm counsel to Governor Mills, and it's a privilege for me to be here this afternoon to ask for your support for the governor's nomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence for appointment as Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. Judge Lawrence has had an exceptional career that has included business experience, private practice in a large firm setting, in-house counsel corporate work, and several terms serving with distinction on the Maine District Court. After graduating from Yale University with a degree in political science, he took a position with a Fortune 500 company as a manufacturer's sales representative, and then spent 5 years in claims management at a major insurance company in Boston. He then enrolled at Harvard Law School, and following graduation, moved to Maine to join one of Portland's leading law firms, where his practice included commercial transactions, financial and real estate litigation, and regulatory work. After 7 years with the firm, he joined Unum Provident as vice president and managing counsel. In the year 2000, he was appointed to the Maine District Court by Governor King and is now serving his 4th term after reappointments by Governors Baldacci, LePage, and Mills. In recent years, Judge Lawrence has served primarily in the courts of Androscoggin County. He has also presided over the Portland Unified Criminal Docket, including grand jury proceedings and jury trial work. He's handled thousands of cases and is known for his clear, thoughtful, and accessible decisions. He has particular expertise in family law and has served as the chair of the Advisory Committee on Children and Families, which was tasked with creating a guardian ad litem program for Maine. In April 2020, Judge Lawrence was designated as Deputy Chief Judge of the District Court, where he immediately assumed significant responsibility for keeping district courts across Maine open, well-functioning, and safe during the global pandemic. The practitioners who appear before him praise his intelligence, creativity, and kindness. He has been one of the court's stalwart judges since he joined the bench. Before his reappointment last year, I knew Judge Lawrence only by his outstanding reputation. It has been a pleasure for me to get to know him in connection with both that hearing and the current confirmation process. What's been striking to me is that someone who is so smart and accomplished is also so humble and unpretentious. An appellate judge should be intellectually gifted, but not intellectually arrogant. And that is exactly who we have in Judge Lawrence. This nomination is, of course, historic. Governor Mills is deeply gratified to bring forward the first nomination of a person of color to serve on Maine's High Court. It is fitting that the nominee is as universally respected and admired as is Judge Lawrence. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully request your support for the appointment of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence as Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. And of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions of Jerry Reed. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much for your statement.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes John Hobson, Chair of the Governor's Judicial Selection Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is John Hobson. I am Chair of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee. On behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Judge Lawrence. Judge Lawrence, any one segment of Judge Lawrence's activities over the years would be a remarkable career. You look at his education, remarkable. And you look at his experience, he was counsel in one of the largest, most prestigious law firms in the state. He then went to work for one of the largest and most sophisticated corporations in the state, Unum Insurance Company. And then he left all that for public service. He went into the district court. And one might wonder, someone of those intellectual achievements and with that pretty sophisticated and lofty background in the legal field, how is this going to work in the district court? Well, Judge Lawrence became a stalwart of the district court. I think everyone on this committee has seen Judge Lawrence because he was before you not that long ago for reappointment. And you perhaps got a sense of his commanding presence, but still gentle, still approachable. And that's the way he was in district court. And he brought to the district court the intellectual acumen that he had with him throughout his career and applied it. And then Judge Lawrence, in some ways, stayed in the district court because he loved it, because he thought he was doing great service for the great state of Maine. And he was and is. He became known as being the judge who you wanted to get if you could, because he could handle the most complex matter and understand the argument. But if you were a pro se, he understood and he could empathize and he could still do justice while giving that person a sense of being heard, a sense of somebody who was on the bench, who perhaps was going to be rendering a judgment that wasn't going to be favorable to them, but the person had a presence that they could really respect and understand. Now, Judge Lawrence, thankfully now is applied, and the governor is nominated to be serving the residents of the state of Maine in a different position. And as Jerry Reed acknowledged, this is a milestone. But I think that when you look at this nomination by Governor Mills and the vote that this committee will take through the long lens of history, what we're going to find is that this was a step in the process, hopefully close to the final step in the process of putting on the Maine Supreme Court an individual of the highest integrity with remarkable intellectual acumen and legal and analytical skills, and perhaps most importantly, a demonstrated commitment, maybe even a passion for justice for all of the citizens of the state of Maine. And it's for those reasons that the Judicial Selection Committee requests that this committee extend Judge Lawrence's career, but in a different capacity, a capacity in which he can serve the Maine citizens as a justice on the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. And I ask you to please act favorably on the nomination of Judge Lawrence, as the Maine citizens will be far better for it. He served them extraordinarily well in the district court, and in these times of pandemic, when there is helpful to have a direct link with some immediate experience on the district court, he will provide that, because he will have just come from the trenches, so to speak, and will be in the Maine Supreme Court to be able to give the immediate input. So on behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act favorably on the nomination. With that, of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your statement. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions for John Hobson. I am not seeing any questions. Thank you once again. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. Good afternoon. I'm Rick Lawrence of Portland, Maine, my home of the past 35 years. I'm here seeking appointment to the Maine Supreme Judicial Court as an Associate Justice. I'm accompanied today by my wife, Barbara, my youngest daughter, Tynan, her husband, Spencer, and I am very excited to say my future first grandchild. Also, my eldest daughter, Lee, in Brooklyn, New York, other family members in Chesapeake, Virginia, Tampa, Florida, Ray Barrington, Massachusetts, and Phoenix, Arizona are watching this hearing on YouTube. I first want to thank Governor Mills for nominating me to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court. I'm both honored and chastened by her faith in me for appointment to Maine's highest court. I also want to thank the Joint Committee for the opportunity to address you regarding my nomination. I'll try to keep my remarks brief and respond to any questions that you have. This is the fifth time I've appeared before this Joint Committee, most recently being renominated by Governor Mills and reappointed last February of 2021. When I was before you last year, I told you what a great honor and privilege it had been to serve the people of the state of Maine as a district court judge for nearly 21 years. I tried my best to convey to you how much I found that work not only to be challenging, but truly compelling and fulfilling. In particular, I noted how nearly every day on the bench, I learned something new about human nature, legal process, the proper application of the law, or life. During that hearing, I also expressed my desire to remain on the district court because I loved the work I was doing. So you're probably wondering, what changed? Why am I now asking for your support for my appointment to the Supreme Judicial Court? Before I address that question, let me provide you some context for my answer. Since I assumed the leadership role in the Maine Judicial Branch as Deputy Chief Judge of the District Court, the judicial branch has been through an unprecedented amount of change. Our long-serving Chief Justice left to become Dean of Maine Law. And those of us in leadership, under the guidance of an acting Chief Justice, were called upon to persevere for over 14 months to meet the challenges posed by the pandemic. During this same period, the judicial branch also dealt with staffing shortages caused by the departure of a significant number of jurists, clerks, and judicial marshals, including the Director of State Judicial Marshals. As well, at the start of this year, the judicial branch suffered the retirement of its long-tenured state court administrator. While I have participated in leadership, the challenges to the judicial branch's mission, quote, to administer justice by providing a safe, accessible, efficient, and impartial system of dispute resolution that serves the public interest, protects individual rights, and instills respect for the law, end quote, have been both daunting and fluid. Nonetheless, the unrelentingly determined effort of the people of the Maine Judicial Branch to carry out that mission in the face of a pandemic has been nothing short of inspiring. Their collective effort makes me proud to be a part of Maine's third branch of the government. However, if the judicial branch is to carry out its mission in the face of ongoing and evolving challenges, that same degree of effort, together with new ideas, creative strategies, and more change, will be necessary. With the benefit of that backdrop, let me return to the question at hand. Associate Justice Ellen Gorman has served as a Supreme Judicial Court's liaison to the Family Division of the District Court and several other family-focused committees. In those roles, she maintained an interest in and attentiveness to the work of the Family Division and the functioning of the District Court. At last month's meeting of the Justice for Children's Task Force, Chief Justice Stanfield put it in this fashion: Justice Gorman has been all things family. Upon Justice Gorman's recent retirement, the Family Division and the District Court lost a long-standing resource and a dedicated advocate for their interests and concerns on the Supreme Judicial Court. As well, child protective and family matter cases from the District Court routinely comprise 40% of the cases appealed to the law court. Therefore, it is essential to ensure the vitally important work of the District Court, in particular, the child protective, family matters, juvenile, and protection from abuse cases continues to receive the attention and support it deserves from the highest court in the state of Maine. By training, experience, and predisposition, I'm especially motivated to put in the effort and do the work necessary to ensure that critical linkage is sustained. Having given you a sense of what led me to reassess my role in the judiciary, let me explain to you why I believe my candidacy for appointment to the Supreme Judicial Court merits your support. I'm the youngest of the 3 children in my family and was born in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, a small town in Berkshire County in the southwestern part of the state. Many of you may recognize my hometown as the birthplace of W.E.B. Du Bois, the first African-American to be awarded a doctorate degree by Harvard University and one of the co-founders of the NAACP. My parents moved to Great Barrington from the Deep South in the great northern migration of African-Americans that followed World War II. My mother moved from Alabama to the Berkshires first and found employment as a live-in domestic worker. She then convinced my father there was work available in the area. He left Mississippi, followed her north, started an apprenticeship as a chef, and they got married. Neither my mother nor my father completed high school due to the limited opportunities available where and when they grew up. When I was a preschooler, during family trips down south to visit relatives, I got a glimpse of what life had been like for them. Despite my tender years, I still vividly recall my parents being denied service at restaurants on the interstates, our family being relegated to barely functioning colored-only restrooms at rest stops, and my parents having to search for a motel where our family would be allowed to stay overnight. Growing up in the 1960s, I was emotionally transfixed and psychologically affirmed as I watched the boycotts, sit-ins, civil disobedience protests, rallies, and marches that were employed by the civil rights movement. At the same time, I was offended by the vehement opposition to the movement and dismayed by the far too often brutal retaliation against its proponents. Over time, my attention was drawn to, and I became intrigued by the court battles to define the scope and effect of newly passed federal laws that directly touched the lives of my family and other persons of color. Those events shaped my impression of lawyers and the courts and fostered my view of both as powerful forces that could play a positive role in people's lives. My interest in the law and thoughts about someday becoming a lawyer grew out of those roots. Based on what they had endured, my parents constantly emphasized that a good education was essential and should be pursued seriously, regardless of any obstacles encountered along the way. So in my freshman year of high school, when a guidance counselor told me that because I was Black, I should pursue a trade of some sort rather than thinking about going to college. My parents made certain that I understood never to let myself be constrained by someone's race-based backward thinking. From elementary school on, my mother in a series of waitressing jobs and my father as the head chef at a destination resort modeled for me that hard work was an essential element in achieving any worthwhile goal. They also made sure that I knew no one owed me anything and nothing substantive would ever just be handed to me. Their hard work, sacrifice, and encouragement made it possible for me to attend Yale University. Towards the end of my first year at Yale, I started thinking seriously about going to law school. My father's death in a car accident my sophomore year changed those plans. My priorities got a lot simpler: finish college, find work, start building some sort of career, and pay off my student loans. The idea of attending law school dropped out of the picture. After college, I was employed in a series of private sector jobs, including working as a sales management trainee for Procter & Gamble, an insurance management trainee, and then a claims administrator for Prudential Insurance, managing its regional claims operation for New England and upstate New York, and the group insurance sales representative and service coordinator for Prudential Insurance. Actually, my interest in law school was rekindled by my last job with Prudential. I often found myself explaining to a policyholder how an unusual or potentially financially significant claim would be treated under the group insurance policy. While providing that customer service, I realized I really enjoyed contract analysis and sorting out how relevant policy provisions work. That realization renewed my interest in the study of law, caused me to commit to becoming a lawyer, and ultimately led to me attending Harvard Law School. Following law school, my legal work before going on the bench included large firm commercial real estate, litigation, and regulatory practices as an associate at Pierce Atwood, insurance defense work as an Unum in-house litigation counsel, primarily working in the trial courts of the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 11th circuits, and nationwide insurance regulatory compliance work for individual and group insurance products as a Unum Vice President and Managing Counsel. Mine has been a somewhat circuitous path to the bench. Through that journey, however, I've been afforded a broad range of life, business, and professional experience to draw from in my dealings with the people and issues I've encountered while on the bench. I believe that experience and my work ethic will help me be open-minded, reflective, pragmatic, and fair when addressing the ever-expanding spectrum of issues that come before the law court. Shortly before I was reappointed back in 2014, then Chief Justice Softly described members of the Maine judiciary in the following manner, quote, "The judges who accept the oath of office will be called upon to make some of the hardest decisions we ever ask human beings to make. They will be confronted with litigants who can't afford lawyers but need to put their faith in a complex system of laws and rules. They will be called upon to be infinitely patient and yet decide without delay. They will be asked to be compassionate but firm, open-minded but decisive, to have an instant grasp of increasingly complex laws and yet write cogent and accessible opinions," end quote. Chief Justice Softly's assessment of Maine jurists captures some of the conflicting challenges of the work I've done on the district court. Viewing my time on the bench through the prism of my life experiences, I see the role of Maine courts in a pragmatic way, in line with Oliver Holmes' commentary on jurisprudence that I've cited in past appearances before this committee. The life of the law has not been logic, it has been experience. I still believe that Holmes' observation is a reminder to judges that the law must stay true to the needs and concerns of ordinary people as they go about living their everyday lives. To be an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court presents a truly unique opportunity to participate in the development of the law in the state of Maine. In addition, and perhaps more importantly, appointment to Maine's highest court also imposes an obligation to further Maine citizens' understanding of, respect for, and fidelity to the law. They deserve no less from a government of, by, and for the people. To do that, I feel that Holmes' view of jurisprudence calls upon jurists to employ their emotional quotient as well as their intellectual quotient as they go about the work of judging. That approach will inform my consideration of the matters that come before me as an appellate court justice, if I am so fortunate as to hold the position. For these reasons, I'm truly excited about the prospect of becoming an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. Now, I know I promised to keep my remarks brief, but there are two more things I need to do before I conclude. First, I have to thank my wife, Barbara, my daughters, Lee and Tynan, for their understanding and encouragement through the years. My work as a judge has not always been easy on them. I would not have been appointed to the district court originally and could not have been reappointed without their sustained love, patience, and support. Next, I hope you'll forgive me for pausing briefly to make a modest attempt to put today in some degree of perspective. In October of 1844, Maine became the first state in the Union to admit an African American to the practice of law when it granted admission to Macon Bowling Allen. Interestingly, just a few years later in 1848, Attorney Allen also became the first African American jurist in the United States when he was appointed as a Justice of the Peace in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In 2000, it was my distinct privilege to be the first African American appointed to the bench in the state of Maine. In 2022, I would be both humbled and extraordinarily honored to be the first African American appointed to the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. In closing, I respectfully submit to you that my personal life experiences, the breadth of my work experience prior to practicing law, the very nature of my legal practice, and my experience on the district court bench all demonstrate that I am ready and able to assume the responsibilities of an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. I hope the Joint Committee concurs in that assessment. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee members may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, Judge Lawrence. Committee members, are there questions for Judge Lawrence? Again, please raise your actual or electronic hand as the case may be. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Judge Lawrence. Again, congratulations on your nomination. And in your remarks, you mentioned that there are many difficult decisions to make. And I was curious if you can recall what you feel is your most difficult decision you've had to make as a judge at this point. Is there one that you recall and look back on that perhaps you reassure yourself that you made the correct decision?
Well, there's one that comes to mind, and I think I mentioned it during the last appearance I had before this committee. And it was a decision that at the time I thought it was the correct one. And I had to go back and look at it because it was a circumstance in which I was actually after hours out in the establishment with some friends from work and was approached by someone who asked if I was Judge Lawrence. I indicated yes. And so he held out his hand and I reciprocated, held my hand, and he shook my hand. And then he advised me that I had ruined his life because I had been the judge who had made a decision in the context of his parental rights case where he felt that he lost his rights to his child as a result of the nature of the decision that I had issued. And that, in terms of the overall context, he still had contact with the child. He didn't have primary residence. There was a child support order that was issued. But the point was that this individual, despite my best efforts in terms of being a jurist and trying to work with the facts that I was given and then applying laws of those facts, felt that I had ruined his life. And that happened, it was probably at least now close to 10 years ago. But that encounter with that individual affected the rest of my time on the bench in terms of trying to make certain that I got it as right as I could with what I had to work with.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Judge Lawrence.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your nomination. It's an honor to be here. In your questionnaire, you discussed the backlog of criminal matters pending in the judicial system in Maine. And you acknowledged the declining number of rostered attorneys for MCILS. You suggested as a short-term solution that some of Maine's larger law firms should offer some of their attorneys to provide either pro bono or compensated services, which I understand is a short-term solution. I'm curious, with your 22 years of experience on the district court and the unified criminal docket, what is your long-term vision for the best way for Maine to satisfy its obligation under the Sixth Amendment to provide adequate counsel to indigent defendants?
My best vision is a system that does afford legal representation for individuals who are unable to provide it for themselves. The reason that I hesitate to offer something specific is because, quite frankly, that determination is in the province of you folks inside of this house and the individual who occupies 2 floors down an office in the Blaine House as well. From the court's perspective, any system that does provide greater representation for those folks who can't otherwise afford it for themselves, greater legal representation to be more precise, will be a boon and a benefit to the citizens of this state. In terms of, again, and I think that right now, I don't know what the backlog is such that the long-term solution is something that is going to have to be addressed, likely with input from the judicial branch in terms of trying to demonstrate where the need is most or needs are most, and what types of attempts to resolve the issue have been successful. But right now, just going back to that backlog, that is a significant backlog. And so the recommendation, or at least the thought of perhaps having larger firms have their younger associates get involved by providing pro bono work or partially subsidized work, I think is a win-win situation from the standpoint that some of these new attorneys are not otherwise getting into court on matters that have been somewhat stymied as a result of trying to catch up on the criminal backlog. Opportunity for them to get experience and also to do a public service to the citizens of the state of Maine. So I leave the long-term solution to folks who are wiser and have a better sense of what the fiscal options and opportunities will be. But I do think that we should do everything we can to encourage more attorneys to go back and roster with the Commission on Indigent Legal Services, And to the extent that that is still not quite where it needs to be, to try to encourage the involvement and engagement of larger firms who have some troops and resources I think they could help to devote to trying to address our current circumstance.
Thank you, Judge Lawrence.
Representative Babbage?
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Congratulations. This is a wonderful moment, and I'm pleased the governor has shown confidence in you. And thank you for sharing your story. I wanted to talk, my question is from 30,000 feet. I recall discussions of highest values and, honesty, love, and Mortimer Adler said justice was his choice. We've had people before us that have spoken about purpose being accountability. And please correct me if I have this story wrong, but one of the hands, either learned or brevet hand, whichever was the contemporary of Holmes, had this interchange that I'm sure you're probably aware of, but I've always found it provocative. Whereas when they had concluded, Holmes got into his buggy and was about to leave, and Hand said, "Do justice, my friend." And Holmes said, "My job is not to do justice, it's to do the law." What do you make of that conversation?
What I make of that conversation is that Holmes could be somewhat cantankerous. I guess that would be an area in which I would disagree with Holmes, because over the years, when people have asked that, well, what do you do as a judge? And my description is, my obligation as a judge is to do justice. And I can't think of a better job to have had. It's been the best opportunity and job that I've had since I've been in the law.
Thank you. If I can just conclude, I former history teacher, I very much appreciated your story, your personal story. But I wanted to say that most confirmation committees across the country and in Washington, of course, are Senate Judiciary Committees. And it is my pleasure to be a House member. We have joint standing committees here in Maine. And so I understand the privilege of the moment, and congratulations. I'm pleased to be a part of it.
Representative Reckitt?
I found myself moments ago flashing back to a moment when Chief Justice Softly was being proposed for elevation out of district court, and I think to Superior Court at that point. And I came up, and I don't even remember, I might have been nervy enough to testify neither for nor against, or even against, because we were so devastated in the domestic violence movement that she was going to leave the district court. And so I got up and I said, I have to voice the voice of my advocates who tell me that we cannot spare the goddess of justice out of the district court. And I am certain, and of course that worked out well in the end, but the point is, I think that everyone I have talked to within the domestic violence sexual assault movement in particular have the same feeling about you, and that your presence on the district court in Lewiston particularly has been extraordinarily helpful over the years, and that people trust and understand, even if you don't always agree with them, that you're doing your darndest to bring justice to the situation. So that's the start of what I want to say. But I have a question that arose from looking at your sort of Vita sort of things, because you mentioned something that at one point you were a member of the Limited English Proficiency Committee of the courts. And that's an area where I've been personally interested for quite a long time. And I'm wondering if you could tell us, whether or not you think that policy got well developed and has been implemented, or what is the situation currently on limited English proficiency in the courts?
Compared to where having been, this answer may suffer from the aspect of longevity in terms of my career on the district court bench. From where it was when I began back in 2000 to where it is now, it has made significant strides. in terms of the amount of information that is now available in multiple languages to try to make it more accessible to litigants so they have a better basis upon which to interface with the judicial system, I think we've made significant strides. To the extent that we've also made strides in terms of having interpreters available in the various courthouses when it is needed by a litigant. To the extent that we have knowledge of the fact that we have someone who's coming into the court system for whom English is not their primary language and may need assistance in terms of navigating a particular court process. Having said that, we still need to have more interpreters than we have right now, and we are making efforts to get folks qualified in order to fill that role. But that is a work in progress that needs to be pressed forward more, given the fact that in Portland and Lewiston area, we have significant first Mainers or new Mainers who come and in with some trepidation, I think, because they don't know what to expect from the court to the extent they're not necessarily conversant in most of the material that the court has available to them. So it's an area where we have made significant progress. It is still an area in which we have more work to do.
Thank you. Can I have a brief follow-up, Madam Chair?
You may.
The other angle on this situation is I spent a fair amount of my time setting up a program decades ago now to talk with newly arriving refugees about the police presence in what policing was like in the United States. And because many of them came from places where the police were not friends. And we tried to do an orientation about what the law was here, or at least the regulations. And so I'm interested I've been thinking about the fact that we have such an incredible number of new refugees in the area. What is it that the court system could do, probably not directly initially, but to inform those that work with the refugees so that they could figure out a short course version of what is the law in this country that they might need to know. And so I don't know whether you've thought about that kind of thing or anyone else has that could make the passage easier for all these new refugees. I've heard of some creative things, but they've not involved the judiciary, and I'm sort of interested as to whether you might have an idea around that.
Well, short responses. I'm pleased to say that at least in the Lewiston area, we have had a recent communication and contact with a local organization that is endeavoring to provide services to the immigrant community, and in that context, trying to set up a better working arrangement relationship with the court system in terms of getting information out there about how to go about approaching the court and what to expect when you do. I think one of the obligations that we have as jurists is to get engaged in an educational process with respect to the citizens of the state. So I guess what I would suggest is that in the context of members of the bench, we have an obligation to go out and appear at when there are groups that gather together who would like to have input from someone who's a member of the bench to sort of explain to them what the legal system is like in this state, that we should take up those opportunities when they present themselves. I've done a smaller version of that, having been invited for a number of years to participate in the outreach program for youth, Somali youth and teenagers in the Lewiston area. And that used to happen up until COVID, that happened on an annual basis in September. And quite frankly, it was a very energetic group and one of the best experiences I had, because they would, in that context, there were actually representatives from the Department of Corrections with respect to JCCOs being present. Usually the chief of police of Lewiston would come and make an appearance at that, and I would be there on behalf of the court system. And we managed to at least have some interaction with them, with the young folks who were there in a context that wasn't punitive or judgmental, just trying to exchange information. And it usually would last somewhere on the order of, there was food involved, so that helped. And so it would last somewhere on the order of an hour and a half or so. And hopefully that will resume now that we are hopefully coming out of the lockdowns and the restrictions with respect to COVID.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Representative Libby and Representative Poirier to introduce themselves to Judge Lawrence.
Good afternoon. I am Laurel Libby and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you in person today, but I'm glad for everyone that is able to be.
And I am Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison.
Thank you both. Representative Sheehan, did you have a question?
Congratulations, Judge Lawrence, and thank you for your story and for your record of service. Going back to Representative Babbage's question, you stated that your primary charge as a jurist is to do justice, and it sounds like you've done an incredible job in the district court, and I'm sure you'll be greatly missed by practitioners and members of the public there. I was wondering what aspects of the work of a justice on the Supreme Judicial Court you're most looking forward to fulfilling to do justice?
Certainly, just as I said, to be involved in that process of helping to shape the law is something that I'm very much looking forward to. But as I tried to suggest in my remarks, what got me to the point of thinking about doing something other than being on the district court is the fact that a person that I had worked with in the form of Justice Gorman has now left that stage. And quite honestly, one of the things that I am looking forward to is not to fill her shoes, that is not possible, but at least to follow in her effort to try to keep that linkage between the Supreme Judicial Court and the District Court and the Family Division, and the types of matters that we handle that are usually the form of exposure that most Maine citizens, when they talk about going to court, is one of those dockets that I described to you. And so that would be both a challenge, and that to the extent that I'm able to do any significant portion of what Justice Gorman did would be very satisfying.
Thank you.
See, Representative Moriarty, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam
Go-
Chair.
You may proceed.
Justice Lawrence, it's good to see you again. In some ways, it seems like only yesterday that you were left before the committee. But in fact, it's over a year ago, and your comments this afternoon have rekindled for me the profound memories I have of your last appearance and how impressed I was by your commitment and service. It occurred to me as I read some of your materials that I think just a matter of 3 days ago, you commenced your 23rd year as a jurist. There are a lot of people who might have called 22 years of consecutive service a career and walked away proudly and satisfied. But you must have some inner motivation and powerful forces that drive you to continue to serve with energy and exuberance. Can you share any thoughts on that with us?
I like what I do. That was, and in point of fact, the last time you saw me was a commitment on my part for another 7 years on the district court. Again, things have changed a great deal in the past year, and so it did get me thinking in another way than the mindset that I had when I was here in February 2021. But it's still the same motivation. I enjoy what I do. I like to think that I'm able to make a contribution to the citizens of the state by what I do. And I have tremendous support.
Thank you. One quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
You
if I
may.
You pointed out that Justice Gorman, until her retirement, had served as the law court's liaison to the Family Division of the District Court. Do you aspire to that same position on the court? If it's not too premature to ask that question.
If this answer is not presumptuous, the Chief Justice has indicated to me that if I am fortunate enough to have the opportunity to become an Associate Justice, that I should anticipate having the opportunity to serve on several of the committees that Justice Gorman did.
Congratulations. It's good to hear. Thank you.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you again. Oops. Thank you again, Madam Chair. Judge Lawrence, I imagine in your years on the district court, you deal with a lot of pro se residents of Maine in front of you. And on the Judiciary Committee, we hear regularly from the Justice Action Group about the unmet civil legal need in our state, and the fact that under current funding, legal services entities can only provide services to about a third of the people that request them, and that's not even all that need them. I wonder if you could talk about, one, the challenges of having such a large number of pro se litigants in the judicial system, and the benefits to the judicial system and the litigants when persons are able to obtain representation.
In my experience on the district court, I would say probably at least somewhere between 65 to 70% of the cases that I addressed involved at least one litigant who was not represented by an attorney. Obviously, in the context of those cases where you have one party being represented by counsel and a self-represented litigant, you have sort of an unequal power dynamic that is set up in the context of most contested proceedings. So when I was engaged in doing a significant portion of the family matters docket in the Lewiston area, part of what we had endeavored to do was try as much as possible, level the playing field would be an overstatement, but at least trying to get self-represented litigants in a position where they had some idea of what it is that they would have to go through if it got to the point where their matter was not resolved by their agreement, but in fact was going to go through to a contested hearing. And by that, I mean, we would indicate to them what the expectations would be in terms of them providing documentation to the court so we could get some idea of how long it was going to take to try that particular case, who they were anticipating presenting as witnesses, what they were anticipating presenting for exhibits, and how they would have to go about marking those exhibits for purposes of being able to introduce them in the context of a contested hearing. So literally, whenever it got to the point where the family law magistrates who would have the primary interaction in the case management process with respect to family matters cases dealing with self-represented litigants, by the end of that process, if the matter was not going to resolve through mediation, would provide those litigants with basically a cheat sheet that put into detail the points that I was just outlining for you, to try to put them on a basis where they could come in and make their evidentiary presentation with respect to what they thought were the facts they wanted to get before the court for purposes of the court being able to make a decision. The detriment to those individuals and to the court system is that it can be a tremendous investment of time that becomes very frustrating for both the litigants and the jurist when you have folks who come into court and aren't prepared to actually have a contested hearing, because the people are coming into court not because they want to be there, but they have problems they want to get resolved, and they've been unable to do it themselves. And so they are coming to the court looking for whoever the presiding judge or justice is to come up with a resolution to the dispute that they've been unable to arrive at. And to go through a process where they don't feel they can get their story before the court, so the court has the facts in order to make a decision applying the law that's applicable to the facts put before it, is an incredibly frustrating process that you can see during the course of a contested hearing, and sometimes here after the fact once a decision has been issued. And more often than not, by way of the next motion to modify the decision that you just issued, because they just feel there was a travesty of justice that was done to them.
Even if I could have a quick
You may.
follow-up. I think you clearly explained the challenges that it presents when folks are not represented, unable to obtain representation. Can you talk about the efficiencies gained when you do have competent counsel on both sides?
Well, when you have competent counsel on both sides who are able to put together a presentation for the court to outline what they believe to be the pertinent facts that the court needs to have before it to make a determination of the dispute that is before it, it's night and day. In terms of efficiency, you actually sometimes are able to end the contested hearing before the time frame in which you thought that you had scheduled it to occupy. If you have competent counsel, you also can, and I did this as I got more experienced on the bench, I did this with to an increasing degree. You get to the end of the hearing. And now it's formalized that attorneys are involved to present proposed orders in the context of a family matters case as a part of their preparation for the hearing. But oftentimes what you get in the proposed order may have something or nothing to do with what the facts are that come out during the course of the hearing. So what you do in that circumstance is that after you've gotten to the end of the hearing, I look to counsel, give them an opportunity to make closing arguments if they so choose, or alternatively, give them an opportunity to present an order that they believe is consistent with what the evidence was that was presented at the trial, so that I then have some better sense of what they think it was that they proved and how they think that I should decide it based upon what they think they've proved. And that's incredibly efficient.
Thank you, Judge Lawrence, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Judge Lawrence, I hope you can appreciate the position we're in, that today we're able to actually get inside your head a little bit of a Supreme Court Justice nominee and ask some of the questions that make up your mind and how you perform your job. And earlier I asked you about if there was one case that stood out in your mind that you reflect upon. And I have a two-part question. One is to quote a line out of Bull Durham, looking at the big show from where you were to the Supreme Court, did you follow any cases that were before the Supreme Court in Maine that captured your fascination and you got involved in on a particular level?
Well, as a trial judge in the state of Maine, in particular with respect to the decisions being rendered in areas that the types of issues that are coming before me on a regular basis, very much involved in following all of their decisions with respect to family matters cases, very much involved in following the decisions that they were issuing with respect to the foreclosure cases that just blew up after 2009, and the implementation of the foreclosure diversion program, but trying to determine whether or not what we had was proper evidence upon which to be basing a foreclosure decision on. And child protective cases in terms of the guidance that the law court has given there. So those were the cases that there are other cases that came up that were of interest. And certainly after the district court became part of the UCD, then looking at an increasing number of those decisions because it was impacting the type of work that you were doing. So I think the short answer to your question is, to the extent that there was a subject matter that was something that I was going to be dealing with on a regular basis, my attention was drawn to those cases, trying to figure out the guidance that the law court was attempting to give us and the litigants, and then how we were going to apply that to the next set of facts that would come before us.
And a brief follow-up, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. And in every profession and every career that I've experienced, there's always one person that is a mentor above all others, or a confidant that you may consult with on your own. Is there someone like that in your life that you bring forward?
There, in the context of my time on the bench in the district court, there are two people that I would hold in that regard. One of them was John Belleville, who continued to practice, and perhaps I'm following this example in that regard too, continued to sit on the bench, even as an active retired judge, I think until he turned 80. And he was someone that sort of helped to break me into being on the district court, because he was the senior judge, district court judge in Lewiston after I got there, and was very helpful in terms of sharing his thoughts, sharing his approach to the law, sharing orders that he had prepared, and sitting down and listening to me after I came out of the courtroom, just with a mind full of mush, trying to sort through what it was that I just seen. The other individual that I would put into that category as well, and if she's watching this, will probably come as a surprise to her, but Susan Ora, who's now an active retired judge, but someone with almost an encyclopedic memory in terms of, well, I think there's a case in this area that you might want to look at because it might be able to help you making a decision on the facts that you've cited to me. And I would say that those people were the two people probably throughout the course of my 22 years until John retired from being an active judge, were the people that I would go to in terms of just sitting down and trying to sort through what it was I had for issues and facts and trying to get some guidance.
Thank you for those responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. It appears that committee members have finished with their questions. Not seeing any final hands up. And so now we'll move, well, first of all, we'll thank you so much, Judge Lawrence.
I hope getting
for-
inside my head wasn't too scary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement and for your fine answers to all of our questions. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement to the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person presenting the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak during the proceeding should observe the following. Those who wish to speak on site in person should do so from the rostrum. Those who wish to speak via Zoom should have registered to testify online prior to the start of the hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they'll be promoted to panelist status and can be seen and heard. And I will probably take the persons in the room first and then call on there's only a couple of people who wish to provide remote statements. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Those speaking should remain at the podium or available on Zoom in the event that members of the committee have questions. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from members of the committee, you may return to your seat or be returned to attendee status on Zoom as applies. We will begin with recognizing persons in the room who wish to testify. And I am always unfamiliar with how to call on people, but you may begin. And I would just ask members who wish to provide statements, members of the public, if we could start with this side of the room and just step forward as the person who is speaking concludes. Thank you.
Am I ready?
You are recognized and
Thank
welcome.
you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Hartnett, members of the court, and I'd also like to say hello to a former member of Judiciary Committee, my good friend Skip DeJardo. Thank you for coming, Skip. My name's Lenny Sharon. I know many of you, and I actually spoke remotely at Justice Stokes's renomination. Thank you for that. You made a great choice there, obviously. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I have a statewide practice, offices in Lewiston, Auburn, Lewiston, and I live in Auburn. I'm gonna try not to cry. It's a big moment for my friend. I was honored to be asked by my friend, Judge Rick Lawrence, to have my voice heard today. I can't imagine there's anything other that I can add that His Honor hasn't added, or Jerry Reed, or John. I'd like to take a different tack if I can. I'll try and keep it short. I have this constant battle with my wife, who's a reporter, has to tell a story in 3 minutes, and me, the judges said, you should get paid by the number of words you use, you'd be a millionaire. I think Judge Lawrence would attest to that. I've been told many times to sit down, I heard enough. But anyway, I'd like to make this brief and channel how my clients see the criminal justice system. Most of my clients in the past 52 years that I've been practicing are people of color involved in the criminal justice system. And I do not have to tell you, nor do I have to even mention the upheaval, not only in the pandemic, but what we're seeing about the criticisms of systemic racism in our court system, which I can speak to you about anytime you would like to hear about it, because my clients have been facing that uphill struggle for 52 years. In my over 5 decades practicing law, I've had the honor and enjoyment of practicing and been in every courthouse in this state, and courthouses from Brooklyn to Elkins, West Virginia, to Rapid City, South Dakota, and stops I can't even remember. Each courthouse, I mean, if you've been to our courthouses and some of these other courthouses, federal temples, courthouses that they built, they're beautiful. I mean, everyone's beautiful. Everyone is meant to represent justice. They're like churches of justice in our communities. And everyone is the same in one regard. When my clients walk into any courthouse anywhere, they are meant to be assured by the statue or a painting of blind justice. That's meant to convey that regardless of your color, regardless of your sex, regardless of your sexual orientation, justice is blind. And before justice, she usually holds the scales of justice in her hands that are equal. And in the other hand, a sword of justice. And it's meant to convey to everyone who enters that courthouse that justice is blind. The problem is, and the similarity in each, is the paintings, the statues, the marble, they're all white. So when my clients enter, they want to be assured that what they see, because they're not blind. I had a client one time walk into a courtroom in front of me, a black man, to pick a jury in Auburn. So jury's there, lawyers are there, judges there. He walks in front of me, then steps back out, looks at me, and he's panic stricken. He says, "Where are my peers? Where are my peers?" Because he couldn't see anybody that was the same color as him. And when Justice Lawrence says he has the power to affect lives, he does. But everybody whose lives are affected want to know that justice is blind. In 1967, when I was a freshman in law school, that far back, hate to even admit it, I was all imbued with the sense that everybody has equal justice, right? That justice is blind. And I remember in 67, there was the nomination, 1967, it's 1790, our Supreme Court of the United States was found. 1967, we had our first nomination for a black man to be a Supreme Court Justice of the United States, Thurgood Marshall. I wondered then, I asked my professors, how come it's taken so long? I'm naive, what do I know? I figure everything's on the up and up. Nobody had an answer. I've gone back and looked at some of the deeply divided sentiments that was going on in the United States Senate and read some of these vile. I would not even read one of them back to you. I'd be loath to do that. These racist telegrams and missives sent to the Senate about appointing a man of color to the United States Supreme Court. But then in 1967, I forget what month it was, a telegram was sent to the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. It read, "To the President, the White House, urgently request your serious consideration of Judge William H. Hastie, a black man for the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, and Judge Thurgood Marshall for appointment to the Supreme Court bench. This is a superb opportunity for the administration to reveal to the world its serious determination to make the Negro a full participant in every phase of American life." Martin Luther King was assassinated a year later. I have known this man since he was on the bench. When he came to Lewiston, that's where I do a lot of cases, and I've appeared before him many times. And according to my clients, he's ruined some of my clients' lives. That's the way it is, in courts. Oh, because he sits in a court where daily lives are affected, evictions, divorces, child custody, protection from abuse, divorces, bail, sentences on misdemeanors, pleas, pro se's. I mean, that's where lives are affected. Innumerable lives are affected every day in that court. And what goes beyond the color of this man's skin is that he's a terrific judge. He's a great judge. If I were blind and I didn't know the color of Judge Lawrence's skin, and I would walk into his courtroom, I would walk out of there knowing that justice was being done. You can hear the fairness in his voice when he addresses the litigants. He talks to them because he knows their lives are on the line. He doesn't use arcane terms or force language upon them they may not understand. He makes sure that not only the lawyers, but the people who are there to see justice done by the fairness of his voice welcomes them. The fairness of his rulings from the bench, the knowledge which he implies, the fairness which he applies to him, also assures you that justice is being done. The rulings that he writes, exhibiting his knowledge and his ability to frame the issues in a language that can be understood not only by lawyers who might even in some cases have to use dictionaries, but by the people whose lives are affected. In closing, this is a good man, a family man. He has exquisite knowledge of the law, exquisite knowledge of fairness and insight gathered from his upbringing, his 23 years on the bench. It would be a great week, wouldn't it? Our first Black woman gets appointed to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that, all these years, first Black woman. And now our first nomination for a Black man, a Black person to be a judge in our Supreme Court. I'm just proud to have. I'm sorry, he'll make you proud. I'd just like to say one more thing. It's a little sad for me. In the last 6 years, we've lost 3 lions of justice in the state. Just 2 weeks ago, Mel Lyons, senior partner retired at Pierce Atwood in Augusta, was found dead in the woods behind his home. 4 years ago, Wendell Large, a partner at Harry Richardson firm, died of a heart attack at a seminar. 6 years ago, my good friend, my hero, my mentor died on a bike ride, Peter Detroit. I can't channel them and I can't speak for them, but I suspect that each of them would be right here to tell you the same. Questions?
I almost want to
Try
ask you to
skip it.
pass,
It's a
to
good
pass
thing.
the,
You cry, you sit down, nobody asks a question. I'm gonna use that in my next jury trial. How'd it go? You have any
I almost
questions?
want to ask you to pass the box of tissues around. That was a very moving statement and I was joking a little bit, but thank you very much for your statement. Committee members, are there questions for Attorney Sharon? I am not seeing any. Thank you so much for your statement.
Sorry if I took too much time. I'll answer to my wife.
Who would like to be next?
Good afternoon. My name is Lloyd Herrick, better known as Skip. I'm from Paris, Maine. It's an honor to be here, Madam Chair and the Chair of the House and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I served on both in my 4 years in the 127th, 28th here. I've sat there where you are for nominations of judges from district court to superior court. But this is the first time I've had the opportunity to come before and speak upon a person that I had the distinguished honor to work with. My part in the criminal justice field is 31 years in law enforcement. My last 16, I was the elected sheriff of Archer County. So I've worked with a lot of judges on that level, but after I retired from the county in 2006, About a year later, I went to work for the court system, serving district court and superior court in Androscoggin County. I could tell you that my opportunities for 4.5 years to work with many judges in the district court in Lewiston and superior court in Auburn was a real honor and a pleasure, because I knew at times what they were up against, especially when it come time for prisoners and dealing with those issues, because I dealt with those. My first reaction to my wife when I first heard through the media that Justice Rick Lawrence was being nominated to the highest court in the state, I said, it's about time, and state of Maine is going to be a better place, because Rick Lawrence is a person of integrity. He understands the law. He served, as you well know, on the 22 plus years in district court. But he is who he is. And I think working with the courts for 4.5 years, as I did actually in the courts, that his demeanor, not only in the courtroom and with the accused, defense, prosecutors, but his demeanor and how he treated the support staff and the people in the courts that worked for the courts, bringing the docket forward, bringing security forward. He is a person, in my opinion, that he's going to be missed on the Superior Court level. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, district court level, excuse me. But it's time to have somebody of his caliber come up to the level on which he's being nominated for. Again, my wife said, "You really want to go do this?" And I said, "Yes, I do." I've always had this philosophy that if I believe in somebody, I want to support them. And for Judge Lawrence to be in this position, and for you on the judiciary to be in a position to decide whether or not he is qualified, I applaud you, and I can assure you, in my opinion, and I know others, that he is qualified and he will do good for the state of Maine and the highest court in this state. And I hope that you find the way I feel is that he is he's going to serve this state well and do the right thing when it comes to justice for the people of the state of Maine. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Committee members, are there any questions? I'm not seeing
Thank
any.
you.
Thank you very much for your statement. Would the next person who wishes to speak, please step up to the podium? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judicial Committee. My name is Fatuma Hussain. I feel like I'm coming here for the second time this week. And our folks from the Lewiston-Auburn area are going elsewhere, but we're happy. I live in Auburn. I am a mother of 4 girls and 4 boys. I also direct the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine. I come before you on this historic day for our state, but also for the Black and Brown community. So I don't want to cry. I'm going to try. I am a mother of 4 boys. We know in this state, in this country, if you have a skin other than black, other than white, sorry, whether it's brown or black or however you identify, somehow there's something wrong with you. For more than 400 years, there's been a lot of struggle. I'm originally from Somalia, and slavery did not begin here. It started with the continent of Africa. Many Africans are all over the world because of slavery. The fact that we have to live in pain, we have to be scared, no matter how much you have achieved, you have to work 2 or 3 times harder, is something that I have to live with every day. My boys who go to Bates College have to live in fear every day, not because of how much competent they are, but because of who they are. I cry because this man is given the opportunity that makes history for the state of Maine. For the record, my daughters were born in Atlanta. One of them went to Georgetown University. The other one was born in Gwinnett County, is going to go to a medical school. My boys were born in Southern Maine Medical Center. My other 4 kids were born at Central Maine Medical Center. It is courageous, and you have to be resilient to be Black, to be brown, to live in America, and to live in the widest state in the country. That's Maine. We work hard every day. We pay our taxes every day. We believe in this nation, yet there's a double standard when it comes to us. And so when I came to Maine, and when I came to Lewiston, we had only 3 Somali families in Lewiston. The first thing I noticed was the state had a lot of snow on the ground. It was cold. I didn't have a jacket. I didn't know what snow boots were. And the longest road I've ever been to is I-95. I came to a toll booth and I told the person who was there, I think I'm lost. And he said, where are you going to? And I said, I'm going to Lewiston. And he said, about 10 more miles. I'm like, what? I can't get to this place. So I come to Lewiston, the most beautiful, the sun is setting. The snow has just, it's bright white. The Somali families were in Hillview, very isolated. And many Somali families were at the City of Portland shelter. And so when they saw us, they said, where did you come from? Where did you come from? And we said, we came from Georgia, but we're in search of a small place to make home. Somalis are known for hospitality. They force food on you. They gave us a lot of food. We stayed with them. I went around in Lewiston, Auburn. There was a sense of home that Atlanta wasn't going to provide for us. I went back to the shelter and I said, hey, you have no business staying in this shelter. You need to move. Don't go to Portland, go to Lewiston Auburn. I went back to Georgia and I said, we need to move. So we all moved. This is around 9/11. So you do the math. You're Muslim, you're Black, 9/11 just happened, and you're moving to a new community. It was extremely very hard for us. Not only was it hard for us, the mayor of Lewiston wrote an open letter telling us to not move anymore to Lewiston. Quote, because we were maxing the resources of Lewiston. That attracted the white supremacists to come to eradicate us from Lewiston. Bates College convened more than 5,000 people who came to support the Somalis. That was the beginning of change for Lewiston and Auburn, but for the state of Maine, because we were getting an influx of immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. Today, more than 20 years later, we are the strongest community in the state of Maine. We have worked so hard. We've worked so hard because we have people like Judge Lawrence who have not given up on us. And so as a community, now I have to talk about Judge Lawrence. As a community, when we first came in, what war does to you is, war takes away a lot of the men and the young boys, and I'll be quick, the men and the young boys that belong to families and communities. The war in Somalia maintained women and girls and older people, but took a lot of our assets by way of our men, our boys, the people who will help us out. And so for the first time, the African woman, the Somali woman became the provider. How can she do that? She's never stepped in a classroom. She's never worked. She's never driven a car. And yet in Lewiston, she had to interact with the court system. She had to advocate for her children. She had to stand up to child welfare and tell them, and by the way, I'm missing a meeting around child welfare right now, because we're talking about what does child welfare look like for other communities. And there we started looking at what are the community needs. And so in our community, Judge Lawrence has done a lot of work around access to justice for people who speak other languages. We worked on early on, what does cultural understanding look like? If you come through the doors and you're seeking for justice, what does that look like? And so early on, we went and we said, oh, how about training for the judges? So he spearheaded that. He welcomed us. We brought some cultural competency trainings to judges and court staff. We also looked at language access. There's nothing more crippling than you not able to speak that language, let alone do the self-advocacy that you need. And so these mothers who have so many children like me, reproductive health exists, but really? So we keep having babies every year. And so these people come in with a lot of kids. The 18-year-old boys suddenly become the male of the house. They become the head of the household. So gender roles, the cultural pieces that needed to be understood, the language that needed to be spoken in the court system, not only from the lens of the person who's receiving access, the services, but also from the system. And so he made sure that interpretation was available to people who needed that. And also he went and ate some food with us. I mean, Tree Street is what he was talking about. There's all this youth programming that's going on. And so we did all of that work. And that was the idea that a victim could come through the doors and feel like she's being heard, regardless of what language she spoke. That is the work that we did. And so just very quickly around the system, we've done a lot of work as the only culturally specific gender-based violence service provider in the state of Maine who provides multiple languages in domestic violence services, multiple languages in sexual assault services, trafficking, and all of that. It was important to us for victims coming through the court to receive access to justice. And so we will go through long hearings because these victims, for whatever that will take you 5 minutes, that will take you 20 minutes if you were speaking to someone who was speaking a different language. And so we came in, one of the things that I don't know that Judge Lawrence, the impact of this, the idea that our men were not legally married to the victims, the women. So our men will come in, and in a victimization case, a domestic violence case, a lot of our women are not legally married to their spouses, but they've lived with them. And so these abusers will come into the court and say, oh, Fatima had 8 children with me, but really she's my girlfriend. She's not my wife. And for a cultural values for us to be married with, before having children, that was a slap in the faces of victims. And so there were all these little things that we had to do to ensure that access to services was equal to people regardless of who you are. And then lastly, we both served, and still I serve, on the LAP committee, which is the language proficiency committee that the court worked on. That committee still stays together. We have worked on trainings. We've worked on interpreter services, trainings for interpreters, making sure that there's a certification process in place. We have worked on making sure that, if interpreters needed to be reimbursed, at what rate, what is their travel costs, all of those things. We have done a number of different projects over the years, and that committee is very active and has really overseen what interpreter services and language access looks like for people that we serve. I know that was a very long thing, but I needed to say all of that.
Thank you very much for providing your statement. And I believe that Representative Reckitt has a question for you. Representative Reckitt, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome, Fatuma.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. I don't have a lot of questioning of Fatuma because I know her pretty well. And I'm pleased that she has helped train me in my almost 40 years of domestic violence work. We've trained each other, and I'm looking forward to my next lunch in Lewiston. So anyway, I think that I got the gist from you that that Judge Lawrence has been a mainstay for the Somali community when they got in trouble in the Lewiston Auburn area. Is that truth?
Very much, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I had that sense. So anyway, thank you for coming today, Fatuma.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt, and thank you, Ms. Hussein. Are there any other questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you once again for providing your statement today.
Thank you so much.
Who would like to be next?
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I feel like I've been testifying all week, but it's nice to be here in person, and it was very important for me to be here in person today. I am honored to be here on behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association, testifying for the nomination of Judge Lawrence. As I said earlier this week, in order to testify for a candidate, our organization conducts a survey, and my testimony here today reflects the results of that survey. Our members overwhelmingly rated Judge Lawrence highly as to his skill, competence, and temperament. Survey respondents stated that Judge Lawrence was smart, thorough, and compassionate, and he was an excellent addition to the law court. He has stellar credentials. Others said Judge Lawrence is an excellent writer, producing well-reasoned and carefully crafted opinions. Judge Lawrence has consistently been highly rated by our members since he became a district court judge in 2000. In considering this nomination, our leadership noted Judge Lawrence's extensive experience as a district court judge, and also his experience as Deputy Chief Judge of the District Courts. He's served on various committees to establish a guardian ad litem program for Maine and developed policies for interpretive services in the courts. In his position as the Deputy Chief Judge of the District Courts, Judge Lawrence was pivotal in keeping the courthouses open and safe and functioning during the pandemic, and we really appreciate that. Based on the nominee's high valuations by our members and his leadership, the Maine Trial Lawyers Association is proud to endorse Judge Lawrence's nomination to the Maine Superior Court. We believe his education, experience, and background will bring honor to our highest court and to the state of Maine. And I just want to say something on a personal level. I had the fortunate experience of working very briefly with Judge Lawrence at the Lewiston District Court. And my experience with him was that he was always calm, articulate, and kind. Also, hearing about his background today, not just because of his color, but the fact that he went to Yale University and Harvard Law School with parents that didn't even attend high school, provides him, I think, with a very unique perspective in serving on the Supreme Court today. And I'm just so proud to be here to speak on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any committee member have questions for Susan Fonts? Not seeing any. Thank you for providing your statement. Who would like to speak next? Welcome.
Thank you. Dear Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Kirsten Scorpin, and I live in Woolwich, Maine. I've been a licensed master social worker for over 35 years. I'm currently at Midcoast Hospital in Brunswick as the inpatient palliative care social worker. It is with immense pleasure that I offer these remarks on behalf of Deputy Chief Judge Ricky Lawrence at his confirmation hearing for Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. In 2002, I accepted the position of the Family Division Resource Coordinator in the Maine Family Division of the Courts, which I went on to serve in for about 12 years. I came to this role eager to engage in interdisciplinary work on behalf of Maine's children and families. In this role, I was charged with supporting all our district courts in developing best practice models for supporting children and their families as they navigated often litigious and high conflict chapters in their lives. In Maine, like almost all other states, we receive a federal grant, the Access and Visitation Grant, to be used at the state's discretion to serve children and families involved in the family court system, and most importantly, assist children in having access to both parents when safe and appropriate. As many of you know so well, resources for families in family matters cases are so scarce and the needs so great. In Maine, we have been committed to serving our entire state with this limited funding. We have worked to provide co-parent education for parents navigating divorce and separation. We have also supported safe exchange centers for children to have access to their families. Here is where Judge Lawrence and I find ourselves in our long journey of work together. Judge Lawrence was to be appointed chair of the Standing Access and Visitation Advisory Committee, and I was the staff representative from the Family Division of the Courts. It should also be noticed that this committee was soon to be charged with proposing a guardian ad litem training and oversight recommendation to the Chief Judge of the Maine District Court. I mention this as this was an enormous and complex charge given the evolving challenges in the Maine courts. This leadership role was not a random assignment. Rather, the court's leadership knew that Judge Lawrence's commitment to family matters was paramount, as evidenced by his willingness to grapple with and wrestle with children's best interests in all its often heart-wrenching complexity. Every person in Judge Lawrence's court is treated with profound respect and given time for their voice to be heard, even when it is the voice of the enraged, the bereft, or the whispered voice of a child in crisis. Judge Lawrence is one of the finest and keenest listeners I have ever known. And here's where Judge Lawrence's extraordinary judicial leadership lit the way for so many of us whom had the once in a lifetime honor of working shoulder to shoulder with him. Judge Lawrence's leadership qualities are grounded in justice, respect, collaboration, equity, compassion, kindness, doing the right thing, even when it's hard, an honoring of the human condition, limitless integrity, and just a remarkable human being, and so that so many of us respect, admire, and frankly adore. Thank you, Judge Lawrence, for being a mentor to me, as you have influenced my work and thinking in ways you may never imagine. I often pause in my work as a palliative and hospice social worker and think about what your perspective might be on a particular challenge. You've made me a better social worker and a braver person, and for this I am forever grateful. Thank you. And lastly, how lucky are we in this great state of Maine, which you and your family have called home for all these years, that you are ready and willing to serve our Supreme Court. Your judicial perspective, which encompasses all, the vast diversity of the human experience you know so well from your time in our district courts and your life. You will make us all better and wiser. Thank you, Judge Lawrence, our governor, and this distinguished committee for all you do day in and day out for all of us in Maine. The best really is yet to come, as evidenced on this day in this hearing. I thank you. No questions, probably, right?
Give us just a moment. Committee members, are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else present in the committee room who wishes to speak in support of this nomination? Not seeing anyone remaining in the room to speak in favor of the nominee, so we'll turn to those who are participating remotely. And we will start with Courtney O'Brien, who will be joining the panel in just a moment.
Apologies as I adjust my Zoom. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you for joining the hearing, and you may proceed with your statement when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Judge Lawrence's nomination to Maine Supreme Judicial Court. My name is Courtney O'Brien. I'm a lifelong Mainer and the Violence Intervention Program Manager at Safe Voices. In that role, I supervise and teach our certified domestic violence intervention programs. And it's in that role that I've had the opportunity to work with Judge Rick Lawrence in the Androscoggin County Domestic Violence Judicial Monitoring Program, or DV Court. In my 3 years at Safe Voices, Judge Lawrence has been the presiding judge in the DV Court, which means I've had the pleasure of working with him every month for over 3 years. I am not an attorney. I can't speak to Judge Lawrence's legal expertise or education. What I can speak to is his attitude and conduct in a challenging and deeply important part of Maine's response to domestic violence. I would describe Judge Lawrence's conduct in DV Court as firm and fair. Importantly, participants in the program would also describe him that way. I know because they tell me in class. They say things like, Judge Lawrence is not going to let you get away with anything, but he's not trying to jam you up. This tells me that they're getting the message that it's their responsibility to be meeting their obligations and that they are capable of meeting those obligations as laid out by Judge Lawrence. Taking the time to explain the rules and requirements of the monitoring program, listening to participants' concerns in an even-handed way, and applying the rules equally and without exception are all things that I observe Judge Lawrence doing every month. No matter what he ultimately decides, Judge Lawrence takes the time to thoughtfully consider all options and all opinions, and importantly, takes the time to explain that decision to DV Court participants and to survivors who are often present. He lets them know what the decision is, what it means for them, and any next steps or options they have available to them moving forward. I would feel like I was leaving something off if I failed to mention that Judge Lawrence also brings an appropriate amount of humor and levity to the DV Court process. It's not a place where you would expect to hear laughter, and yet sometimes there it is. Importantly, Judge Lawrence never makes jokes about participants or about domestic violence, but will make jokes at his own expense. I get the strong impression that Judge Lawrence takes the law seriously, takes his responsibilities seriously, and takes the court seriously. I do not get the impression that he takes himself too seriously, which I believe is an admirable quality. The work that we do is serious, it's incredibly important, and it's high stakes. Domestic violence is still a serious problem here in Maine and around the world. In Maine, nearly half of all homicides every year are domestic violence related. At the same time, every participant who walks into DV court is a human being. They bring with them the wide range of experiences and characteristics that all human beings do. And month after month, I've observed Judge Lawrence treat them with the respect, kindness, and courtesy that I believe all human beings deserve. An admirable quality indeed, and certainly the kind of quality that I want for justices in the highest court in the state that I love. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak with you in support of Judge Lawrence's nomination.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Courtney O'Brien? Not seeing any. We appreciate you providing a statement today. Next, we'll hear from Ellen Parent. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Ellen Parent. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm pleased to be here in, I'm often before you, but in a different capacity. I had the good fortune of serving as a judicial extern with Judge Lawrence when I was in law school. And one thing that I feel it's important to note for his appointment, the people who have spoken before have spoken very eloquently and probably far better than I can about his skill as a jurist and his incredible legal mind. But he is also an incredibly kind man. And a very good teacher, though that is not a primary purpose of the highest court in the state. It is certainly something that is important and determines how our courts run from there on out. I can still think of times when he took the time and was very patient to explain the law to a 3L student who probably could have figured it out eventually, but he made things very clear. There are still things that he taught me that I use in my work today. And I was absolutely thrilled to hear that the governor had nominated him. I will keep it brief because I know you guys have heard quite a bit today, but everything you have heard, I wholeheartedly agree with. Judge Lawrence is an exceptional person and jurist, and I have no doubt that he will be a fine addition to the law court. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Ellen Parent? Not seeing any. We appreciate you appearing before the committee today. And next, we will be joined by Frank Bishop. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Frank Bishop, you may begin your statement when you're ready.
Hi, I'm sorry, I was in the limbo state and didn't hear myself introduced, but there I am. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you just fine, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Frank Bishop. I am a resident of South Portland, but I'm here today in my capacity as president of the Maine State Bar Association to testify in support of the nomination of Justice Rick E. Lawrence as Associate Judge of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. So we ordinarily do not canvass our members for their evaluation of judges that are being nominated to the Supreme Court. But when we have recent evaluations for a nominee, we testify. And you won't be surprised to hear that the results of Justice Lawrence's 2020 evaluation show that Maine attorneys find him to be one of the best judges in the state of Maine. They describe him as highly intelligent, knowledgeable of law and procedure, and professional in his dealings with attorneys and clients alike. Lawyers who appear before Judge Lawrence consider him fair, compassionate, and kind to all who appear before him. He is commended for his ability to communicate and his well-reasoned decisions. Judge Lawrence has earned the support and respect of Maine lawyers for these traits, as well as his deep experience, civility, and excellent courtroom management. In the course of Judge Lawrence's career as a private practitioner and over 2 decades as a district court judge, he has demonstrated his support of the legal community, access to justice and the rule of law, and Maine citizens will benefit from his service on the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. The Maine State Bar Association urges the Judiciary Committee to give its unanimous support to the nomination of Justice Rick E. Lawrence as Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions for Frank Bishop on behalf of the Maine State Bar Association? Not seeing any questions. Once again, thank you for your testimony. And at this time, I would ask if there are any persons present either in the committee room or in the virtual attendee space who wish to speak in favor of this nomination. Is there anyone present in the room or in the electronic meeting who wishes to speak in opposition to the nomination? Is there anyone who hasn't spoken who wishes to be heard? All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. And then we'll move to a vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for an appointment as an Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, I will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. And committee members, I would ask that you raise either your real or your electronic hand if you have an objection. There are no objection. The pending motion before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for appointment as Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be opposed to the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, this is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. 10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members having voted in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary that the nomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for appointment as Associate Justice to the Maine Supreme Judicial Court be confirmed. Congratulations. Mhm.
Thank you all.
Many thanks to you as well. We will have a brief recess before we begin our next confirmation hearing.
Follow my lead as my camera is still off, but I will activate it and we'll begin in a minute. Again, members participating remotely, if you could please activate your cameras so that we maintain our quorum. Thank you. What do we got? We got 4. And we had a quorum to start. Thank you, Representative Evangelos.
I will bring up the parliamentary.
Do we remember who's
Yeah.
making the nomination?
Aaron.
Aaron.
Oh, did I follow you up on that?
Tom?
Yes, Jeffrey?
I'm here. I had to run out and get some firewood. I'm a little wet. I'm right here. Just don't worry.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. We have, just want to sketch out the rest of the afternoon. We have our last of 10 judicial confirmation hearings coming up. And after that, the committee will, if you could stick with us for 10, well, I'm not gonna lie to you, for some amount of time after we complete the confirmation so we can wrap up some additional work, but I promise you will not be here Saturday. So with that, thank you for getting your.
Excuse me, but could you be a little more optimistic than Saturday?
I wish that I could. We will now welcome to the panel the Honorable Thomas E. Murphy of Sanford. And I will wait till his camera's video. Welcome, Justice Humphrey.
Thank you very much.
We will begin our confirmation hearing. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey of Sanford for appointment as an active retired justice of the Supreme Judicial Court. The meeting today is being conducted using a hybrid format. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, Senator Carney and I will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have the opportunity to question the governor's representatives, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I'm going to review some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is participating via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying via Zoom cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting is being recorded and will be available to view on our committee's YouTube channel shortly after we finish our work today. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Erin Sheehan for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey of Sanford for appointment as an active retired judge of the Supreme Judicial Court.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Babich. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. I will now recognize Jerry Reed, the governor's counsel, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm counsel to Governor Mills, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today to ask for your support for the governor's nomination of the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey for appointment as an active retired justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. On June 1, Justice Humphrey will retire as a full-time associate justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court following a long and distinguished career. That career began in a small firm in central Connecticut where he worked for 4 years before moving to Maine in 1976. He then worked in a general practice law firm in Springvale for 7 years before joining the York County District Attorney's Office, where he spent 2 years as an assistant DA. In 1993, he was appointed to the district court, and in 1998, he was elevated to the Superior Court, where he eventually assumed the position of Chief Justice of the Superior Court. He was appointed to the law court in 2015 and is now concluding a full term of service on Maine's High Court. In recent years, he has served on committees that include the Civil Rules Advisory Committee, the Judicial Education Committee, and the Courts and Media Committee. Justice Humphrey graduated cum laude from Boston College and likewise earned his law degree from Boston College, where he was an editor of the Law Review. I had the pleasure of appearing before Justice Humphrey in both Superior Court and the Law Court on a variety of cases, and he was invariably very well prepared, insightful, and efficient. All of the things one would hope for in a judge. But what really sets him apart for me is how incredibly kind and courteous he is. Everyone who interacts with Justice Humphrey comes away with the same impression. He is the consummate gentleman and a delightful person. At this point, I'm going to go off script a little bit and share with the committee a brief anecdote of something that happened to me this week. I was walking into the state office building, and I bumped into a friend and former colleague who happened to be a former law clerk of Justice Humphrey. And we were just saying hi and catching up. And the topic of confirmation hearings came up, and I mentioned that Justice Humphrey would be having his hearing Friday. And this person, her face just lit up when I mentioned Justice Humphrey. And she paused and kind of looked very thoughtful, as if she were searching for exactly what she wanted to say. And she said, "Justice Humphrey is probably the nicest person I have ever met." And this is a topic that I actually feel strongly about too. So I was anxious to agree with her. And as I started to do that, she cut me off and she said, "No, seriously, Justice Humphrey is literally one of the nicest people I have ever met in my life." And that, I think, is the reaction that everybody has who has had the pleasure of dealing with Justice Humphrey in any significant way. So that's the person who is before the committee this afternoon seeking appointment as an active retired justice. It's my pleasure to ask for the committee's support for that nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Are there questions from committee members for the governor's counsel, Jerry Reed? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any. Thank you very much for introducing this nomination. I now recognize John Hobson, the Chair of the Governor's Judicial Selection Committee. Welcome back for the 10th time, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is John Hobson. I have the privilege of being the chair of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee. On behalf of the committee, I request this committee act favorably on the nomination of Justice Humphrey as an active retired justice of the Maine Supreme Court. It's been a long day, and I don't want to give Justice Humphrey a short shrift. He is everything that Mr. Reed said. The trial courts were very disappointed to lose Justice Humphrey to the Maine Supreme Court, understanding they were kind of taking one for the team, as it were, and having judged the entire state through the development of law, the Supreme Law Court and Maine Supreme Court level take it. But we're really sorry to see and lose Justice Humphrey as an active trial judge at the trial level, because not only was he excellent, but he treated everybody so well. And everybody just felt that if you had a trial coming up with Justice Humphrey or any proceeding with Justice Humphrey, you knew everyone was going to have to be on their game, but they were going to be treated well, and their clients would get a good sense of the court system. My only concern here is that if Justice Humphrey is going to go active retired, I would hope that he would follow in the shoes of Justice Clifford and some others and do trial work. Because if he's willing to do so, and I'm not trying to suggest that that would be a condition of the support of the committee, it is not in any way. But it would be so well received if he would come back and once again be a trial judge. Justice Clifford has certainly shown that way, and Justice Humphrey, it would be met with great enthusiasm if he would be willing to come into the trial courts and be a part of it. So on behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Justice Humphrey. And if I may, just for a half a moment, express my appreciation to this committee for the work you do. I'm not sure that this committee understands the impact that it has on this process. Sitting there and having nominees come before this committee, including sitting judges every 7 years, you only see them for an hour, maybe hour and a half. Those judges have thought about this appearance and those remarks for a lot longer than that time period. And I think Maine's system has a unique approach. I get contacted by other states sometimes to talk about their systems and our system. And I think the 7-year, and I can't remember who asked the question, but the 7-year term, that's a good term from the standpoint if it's long enough that I think judges feel they can make their decisions without real fear of repercussion, but there's still an accountability there that I think is important. And this committee, with your thoughtful questions and having the nominees of the new positions and the elevated request for elevation, stand before this committee and answer questions and give thoughtful answers, has a real impact on the judicial system. And I'll simply say there's no time that I know of has illustrated the importance of the rule of law than this current time. And having quality individuals as judges makes all the difference in the world in terms of the respect of the citizenry for that system. And gosh knows we need to have the rule of law continue. If nothing, the Ukraine situation basically shows the really ugly underbelly without a rule of law. And this committee plays an integral part, a really important part in that process. And I appreciate all that you've done in this process. So thank you very much. And thanks for indulging me tonight. Off script.
Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Are there any questions from committee members for Mr. Hobson, Representative Babbage?
Thank you very much.
But you're sorry. 1 for 2. That's a pretty good batting average there.
For me, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hobson, 3 of my 6 terms in the legislature have been on this committee. And during that time, and I know for the last 20 years, through multiple governors, you have brought to this committee wonderful candidates that now serve across our amazing judiciary. And so I wanted to thank you because this is likely my last time to do so, to thank you. And I think it's appropriate that you're concluding with a stellar nomination like Justice Humphrey on the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. But thank you for your contribution over the years, and thank you for bringing this nomination.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege.
Thank you. Are there additional, thank you, Representative Babich. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, I just want to also extend the thanks of the committee. We've spent a lot of time together over the last couple of weeks, but I know that the work that you guys do with your committee and with the Governor's Council behind the scenes to bring forth these nominations pales in comparison. Well, the time you spent with us pales in comparison to the effort that you put in that process. So on behalf of the committee, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I will now recognize the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, sir. Please begin your testimony as soon as you're comfortable.
Yeah, thank you very much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. As you know, my name is Tom Humphrey and I'm from Sanford. And if the committee will permit me, I would first like to compliment the committee for its wonderful and historic decision today to approve the nomination of Rick Lawrence to the Supreme Judicial Court. He's a remarkable jurist, and this is a good day for the state of Maine. I would also like to thank you for the opportunity to appear remotely before you today, seeking appointment to the position of active retired justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. And I would like to thank Governor Mills for having nominated me for this position. In addition, I would be remiss if I did not also express my appreciation to the Governor's Counsel, Jerry Reed, and to Attorney John Hobson for their kind remarks and their tireless and outstanding work screening candidates for judicial positions, and for including me in their assessments and recommendations to you. I believe there's a high regard for the quality of the judicial nominations that our governors have made, that this committee has approved, and that the Senate has confirmed over the years. For that reason, if you should approve and the Senate should confirm me for this appointment, I will do my best to meet the high standards that you, the governor, and the legislature have set. I am aware that you've had a long and fulfilling day so far, and no doubt have a lot of other matters to deal with. So I will limit my remaining remarks to a brief summary of my background at the risk of repeating some things you may have already heard. I was appointed to the district court in 1993 and became its deputy chief judge in 1997. At that time, former Chief Justice Daniel Wathen directed then District Court Chief Judge Michael Westcott and me to implement a new law establishing the family division of the district court. The law also created 8 new court positions known as case management officers, or CMOs. And together we developed a procedural rules and detailed court process for the new family division. We created an implementation team and conducted an intense training program for the new case management officers. Over time, those positions have become district court magistrates. In 1998, I was appointed to the Superior Court. In 2003, I was named its Deputy Chief Justice. And in 2004, I was honored to be named its Chief Justice, a position that I held for approximately 11 years. In 2006, my then colleague and now federal magistrate judge, John Nivison, and I were asked by then Chief Justice Softly to establish, implement, and preside over the statewide business and consumer docket, more commonly called the Business Court. The Business Court opened for business, so to speak, in mid-2007. We regarded the Business Court assignment as an important undertaking, and we were grateful to have been trusted with a fair amount of latitude and independence in its design and implementation. We did our best in that task, and I hope we were viewed as having kept the trust that was placed in us. Finally, as you know, in 2015, I was appointed to my current position on the Supreme Judicial Court. It's a job I absolutely love, and I have no doubt that Justice Lawrence will soon feel the same. For me, being a judge and a justice has been an extraordinary experience. And through it all, I can honestly say that my years on the bench have been among the most gratifying of my life. In closing, I would like to say what I hope is obvious, that I'm very proud of Maine's judicial branch and the important work that it has done and continues to do every day. I have a great respect for our system of justice, and I am grateful for the opportunities that I've been given over the years to be part of that system. So thank you again for inviting me to appear before you, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much, Justice Murphy. Thank you for your decades of service to the state of Maine, and congratulations on this renomination or nomination to active retired status. Committee members, if you have questions for the nominee, please raise your electronic hand, and I will begin with my co-chair, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Harnett, and welcome, Justice Humphrey. It's such a delight to see you again. I'm struggling to figure out how to phrase this as a question, but I think I can do it. As having had the opportunity as an attorney practicing in your court, I really appreciated your intelligence and your kindness and the efficiency and warmth with which you ran your courtroom. And so I guess my question to you is, would you consider engaging in some trial work in your active retired status?
I serve at the pleasure of the Chief Justice for the most part in this no role if I'm lucky enough to be appointed. And if it includes some trial work, so be it. I would do that, of course. It's like riding, it's not like riding a bike. I'm trying to think of a good analogy where you always want to go back to the barn and get the horse back out and ride it some more. So yes, I would consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your willingness to continue to serve Maine.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there additional questions from committee members? Representative Galgay-Reckitt. For old time's sake, Representative Reckitt, you're muted.
You know,
we can hear you now.
My question to you is, I noticed on your vita that you have participated in the pretrial reform task force. I don't know what years that was. So if it is relatively current, I'd be interested in your opinion on the state of pretrial services right now.
The really short answer, Representative Reckitt, is it's not recent. It was quite some time ago. In fact, I'm at a loss to guess those dates. So my answer might not be relevant to your question.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for your honesty. It's always good to have honesty in a judge, I feel.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Are there additional questions from committee members? Representative Moriarty. Representative, your microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Justice Humphrey, and congratulations on a remarkable career capped by a full term on the law court. This is my fourth session as a member of this committee, and this is the first time I've seen a sitting justice of the law court seek confirmation as an active retired justice. So I'm not quite sure how that works and how you foresee it playing out. Will you actually sit as an appellate justice on demand, so to speak, as a member of the law court? Or will you do trial work, or do you think it will be a combination of both?
It may be a combination. There may be times when, because of recusals or other reasons, the composition of the law court for a particular case might be an even number, like 6. Typically, we try to keep an odd number to break any ties that might result from our deliberations and reaching a decision. So that is a possibility. There are other matters that I've been doing both on the Supreme Court, but also in the trial court, such as judicially assisted settlement, trial settlement conferences, which I think is going to be fairly big business as we try to come out of the pandemic because of the backlogs in civil cases that the court's not been able to get to because of priority allocations of case types. So there may be a fair amount of that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Congratulations and thank you for agreeing to continue service. Justice Humphrey, I think I would just like to hear from you a personal reflection on the transition from Superior Court to the law court. What did that mean in your life? What did you find rewarding? What were the challenges?
Well, what I found rewarding was working with 6 other just really brilliant and wonderful people. It's a very collaborative court, and we are sort of in a little cocoon up there. We really can't get involved in trial court cases so that we aren't forced to recuse and so forth. The biggest adjustment I had to make in transitioning from the trial courts to the Supreme Court was, in the trial courts, you're basically a lone ranger. You are sitting on the bench alone, you're hearing the evidence, you're making the decision, it's all on you. You go to the Supreme Court, everything's done by committee. And so it's a constant debate back and forth and so forth. The dynamic is much different. And that was the more difficult thing to get used to. In the trial court, you want to get things done and move on to the next case. It's more deliberative and time consuming at the appellate level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Are there additional questions from committee members? I am not seeing any. Thank you again for your service and thank you for your statement and answering our questions. I will now turn to statements from the floor. At this point, I will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk before today's hearing. All such statements should have contained the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his request before the committee's vote. And the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak during the proceeding should observe the following. Anyone who wishes to speak who is in the room should do so from the rostrum. Those who choose to speak via Zoom should have registered to testify online prior to the start of this hearing, and I will call upon them, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom. And they can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Those speaking should remain at the podium or available on Zoom in the event that members of the committee have questions. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members of the committee, you may return to your seat or you will be returned to attendee status in Zoom. At this point, it's pretty clear to me that there is nobody in the room that wishes to testify unless Counsel Reed or Attorney Hobson have additional comments to make. And seeing none, I will now turn to the attendee room to see if there are any persons who wish to speak. If there's one person in the attendee room, if you are interested in providing testimony on this nomination, I was going to ask you to please raise your electronic hand, but either you have been moved over or you disappeared. I believe that that person has left the room. Well, I could have saved a whole lot of verbiage, but we do have a script to read. Justice Humphrey. We will now conclude our hearing. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Committee members receive those in advance. We will vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. Our vote must be taken within 40 days of the date of the governor's written notice of the nomination, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey of Sanford for appointment as an active retired Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court is closed. We proceed to taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. Therefore, at this time, I will ask whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing anyone, so there is no objection. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey of Sanford for appointment as an active retired Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Committee Clerk Panett, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier. Senator Kime. Senator Sanborn. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, this is the vote of the committee. Oops, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I apologize. Hold on.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of the Honorable Thomas E. Humphrey of Sanford for appointment as an active retired Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court be confirmed. Justice Humphrey, on behalf of the Judiciary Committee, I want to thank you for your service. I want to congratulate you on moving forward in this process with the committee's backing. And if you were here, we would come around and thank you personally, but that is not the case today. So we will give you a virtual round of applause in appreciation and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care, sir.
Thanks.
At this point, we have a few matters to clean up, so I'm going to turn the virtual gavel back to my co-chair, who will get you out of here before Saturday. See, I set you up to be the good guy. And I thank the committee members for another long day. Senator Carney, we'll take just a minute while folks leave the room.
Yeah, and we also, our committee analysts, Peggy and Janet, have just returned, and so let's give them a moment to get settled as well. Thank you, everyone, for staying on for a little bit Friday. I think we have a couple of matters that we can handle pretty quickly.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt? And Steve brought these wonderful candies. Could I share with the committee and pass them around?
Wow, I think that those who are participating remotely will not be pleased, but yes, you may. That's so kind of you and Steve.
Okay, I will pass them around since I open them up.
And for those who aren't present in the committee room today, I think some will still be here on Monday.
Maybe.
You'll notice the big hole.
Oh, okay, so Soupy got first dibs on the candies. Oh, they're beautiful.
I'll get a knife and share if anybody wants.
It's hard to decide. Okay, I'm gonna go for this one. I don't know that we have a key that tells us.
Well, I would warn you all, I'm about to eat a chocolate covered peep. So you should not take total pity on us out here in the hinterlands.
Come see me on Monday. There'll be some left.
So we're gonna start by going back in time just a little bit to just till this morning to LD 1950. That is the legislation that we reported out to implement the plan to incorporate the probate judges into the state judicial branch. And that the version of the bill that the majority supported has an emergency preamble, an emergency clause. And we have been requested by the sponsor of the legislation that brought us the probate court study to remove that emergency measure. And so I would ask if there is any, Jen, am I rushing this too much or are you all set?
I'm okay, but I do want to speak on that.
Okay. And so I would invite committee analyst Janet Stocco to speak on the implications, because I know that this was something that we really looked at from both perspectives on both on the commission and in committee because of the implications of not having it and be enacted right away. And I think you can probably explain it better to the committee than I can.
Certainly. So I only want to make you aware that you may remember, and I can throw the chart back up on the screen if you want, screen share it from the bill analysis. There are different counties and different statuses and when they're re-electing their judges, et cetera, and so forth. And what the commission decided was that for Cumberland County, Hancock County, and Washington County, that those three counties not have county probate judges beginning January 1st next year, and instead
there be state probate court judges to cover those 3 counties. The problem is if you don't have the emergency preamble and it's April, May, June, July is when it would become effective then. That is after the primary election takes place. And the election would be occurring because the Cumberland County, Hancock County, Washington County probate judgeships, their terms end this December 31st. That's why those counties were available as possible counties to start on January 1st next year. So our researcher had done some research and she believes that they conduct primaries in those counties. I have no idea. We didn't check if any candidates have registered or anything else, but it is possible. I think, I don't know what the Secretary of State's office would do, but if the law is not in effect yet, then the primaries would have to happen. But the primaries would have people voting to nominate. They're not like constitutional elections, but they're voting to nominate somebody to represent the party in the general election in the fall, but there will not be a general election in those 3 counties in the fall if this bill is enacted. And that's obviously a question for you all to decide, but it's just something I want you to be aware of as an implication if you remove the emergency preamble.
So there, not to put too fine of a point on it, but there would, in essence, if the legislation were enacted as a non-emergency measure, there would be a primary election that was mooted by the enactment and implementation of the law.
Just for those 3 counties, yeah.
For those 3 counties. Do committee members have any questions? Let's start with questions for Janet. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Janet, just to confirm, if a primary is held, it doesn't necessarily mean that an election must follow. If it's mooted in the meantime by an effective date.
I don't think that the Secretary of State would be able to have a general election in those 3 counties just because a primary election was held. No, but I'm just letting you know that that is an implication. Whether that's significant to you all is up to you.
Thank you both. Representative Harnett, did you also have a question?
I think it's a question. Well, it ends in a question mark. Many questions don't. There's no guarantee this law will be enacted. So the need for this, it will be known before the date of the primary, but at this point in time, we do not know that. And if it is not enacted and signed into law, those primaries need to go forward. So that just weighs on my decision-making process and makes me comfortable and more comfortable in stripping the emergency.
Committee members, are there additional questions for Janet or if not, any discussion on this? Representative Moriarty?
So Madam Chair, I'm unclear what we can do with the committee level at this point in terms of the emergency status.
Yeah, so what we could do is, we could strip the emergency and have it go through as non-emergency legislation. If it passes and gets funded, then there is a potential that 3 primary elections, and I wish that I had taken the time earlier to research and find out if there even are contested primaries in those 3 counties, but that those 3 primary elections would have occurred for naught, because those are 3 county probate judges who would become part of the state judicial branch. And that, I think that is an unfortunate consequence, but I don't think that it creates any legal issue. And I also don't think that it is an undue burden, given the uncertainties, as Representative Harnett pointed out, of the time, just the time that we're in with this legislation.
I think it shouldn't be a burden on the counties because it's primary election day anyway, so the polls are open. Other seats are up for primary consideration. Procedurally, would a motion to reconsider be in order?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody else wanted to speak, so.
Okay,
Madam
Representative
Chair, can I
Babbage,
just ask
Yes.
again for the consequences of the status quo?
of keeping the emergency.
Yes.
The possibility that the legislation would not be passed for lack of getting 2/3 of a vote. So stripping the emergency changes the threshold for passage from 2/3 to a majority. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Judiciary Committee reconsider its vote of February 24.
I'm sorry, go ahead with your motion and then we have a hand up, but please
Okay.
proceed.
Reconsider its vote taken on February 24, 2022.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Is there a second? Representative Poirier, did you wish to second or do you have a different
I
matter?
just had a question.
Okay, we'll get to you in just a second. Is it seconded by, so a motion to reconsider by Representative Moriarty and seconded by Representative Harnett. And Representative Poirier, you have the virtual floor.
Thanks. No, I don't recall us having a reconsider motion because of an emergency preamble before, and that's something that's quite common to take that emergency preamble off on the House floor. So I was just wondering why we're doing that in committee and not on the floor.
That is an excellent question. And that is because over the next 8 days when we're meeting in session, it will be very hectic and very busy. There will be a lot of demands on the revisor's office as well, producing amendments. And if we can do this in committee, to remove the emergency in committee, it will relieve a lot of pressure on other aspects of the legislative process. Sometimes these emergency preambles get removed on the floor. Sometimes they get removed in committee. And this is just a more efficient and less disruptive way to remove the emergency measure.
Okay,
Would be
thank
to do it now rather than waiting. Any other questions, committee members? Any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Not seeing any. I think, Supi, I think we're ready for the vote. And this is the vote on the motion to reconsider.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Senator Kine. Senator Sanborn. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 9 members voting. I apologize. I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member voting in the negative, and 5 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion to reconsider passes 8-1 with 5 absences. And committee members, would anybody like to make a motion? Oh, Representative Libby, I'm sorry. I see that you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm just letting you guys know that my device that I Zoom on is quite low on battery, so I will be off camera, but I will pop on as needed for voting.
Oh, thank you so much for letting us know. Okay, committee members, we have the motion to reconsider carried, and so Representative Arnett.
I move that we strip the emergency preamble on LD 1950.
Thank you, Representative. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any committee discussion? Representative Thorne.
I'm just curious if I had to be on the majority report in order to vote on this particular amendment.
No, we're back to square one. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Majority report to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Oh, that's an interest. Oh, thank you for raising that issue. I was not thinking clearly. Janet?
I was just going to say it's maybe not answering your question, but I'm assuming Representative Harnet's motion is ought to pass as amended with all the amendments you reviewed this morning, plus no emergency preamble.
Of course it was. I thought that went without saying.
Well, I just like to say it.
When you like to use a lot of words, you said, so
You
thank
can
you.
strike my repetitive sentence again.
I apologize. Thank you.
And that gave me a moment to rethink where we are. So because we had to vote to reconsider in order to change the committee report by amending it to strike the emergency provision, then committee members can vote on the motion for reconsideration. Excuse me, you can vote on any way you choose on the motion because we have reconsidered the bill. We're clean slate. Yes,
It should be on your
absolutely
desk.
is.
We voted not to pass.
We have a lot of papers in front of us. It's that time of year. If anyone finds it and can
I've got it.
provide it to
I've got the voting sheet.
Representative Thorne, the voting sheet, okay. Did you want to just pass it to him?
Jim, you were on the minority. You were on the odd not to pass. 9-5. Sure.
Would anybody who is participating remotely like to be refreshed on the voting sheet? Representative Evangelos would. Okay. Can I just?
I can screen share the top of the.
Okay, Janet is going to screen share it because while we're all shuffling papers, she's completely calm and organized and can screen share it with all of us. Thanks, Janet.
So as long as you remember your initials, you should know which way you voted here.
It's late in the week.
Yes. If anybody's interested in an update on the Red Sox games.
Yeah. Okay. Janet, thank you so much for the reminder as to how we voted on the initial motion. All right, committee members, any discussion before we move on to the vote on reconsideration? No, I'm not seeing any. So the pending motion is Representative Harnet's ought to pass as amended with the initial set of amendments And in addition to that, with the removal of the emergency preamble and emergency clause.
And everything else that Janet said.
Yes. All right, committee members, I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Galgay Reckett. Representative Newell. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Senator Kine. Senator Sanborn. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
No.
Thank you. Representative Libby votes no. I will recall the absentees. Representative Galgay Reckett. Representative Galgay Reckett is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 5 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Sorry, how many did you say voted in favor? Was it 6?
Who did I miss? Oh, my apologies. Absolutely. Representative Moriarty did not make an X. Therefore, 6, 10. That's not adding up, all right.
I have 635.
Who did I mark as, oh, my apologies. I marked Representative Moriarty as no. That was my mistake. So I apologize to everybody in the committee room and too much candy, I guess. The sugar. It must be the sugar. We'll blame the sugar. Madam Chair, if I could, I will repeat. 6 members voted in the affirmative, 3 members voted in the negative, and 5 members are absent. That is really the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass as amended motion carries 6-3 with 5 members having 2 business days to record their votes. And we will all be here the next 2 business days. And so those committee members will be able to vote. Thank you, everyone. And at this point, we think we should decide how we're going to move forward, because we have, first of all, Janet is heading out, having concluded LD 1950. Janet, thank you so much for all your great work today and the whole session.
Madam Chair, for the record, the
Yes.
clarification of the 3 members ought not to pass. I don't know if that was said.
Yes, Representative Poirier and Representative Libby, are you still, you're just a straight ought not to pass on 1950?
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you. And so committee members, we now need to decide how to proceed. We do have a list of amendments for review. And we can either do those in committee setting. We don't anticipate having to revote any of them. And so we can also review them by email, I believe. But Peggy, I would love to turn it over to you to update us on that procedural matter.
Sure. So a lot of the committees are doing them just by email. And I don't know that you would be authorized to have a real meeting just to review language. So the ones that are left on your desk, and there are a few more coming, I I don't anticipate that you need to revote for anything. I don't know of any issues. That doesn't mean that you have to agree with what's on the paper. If you don't think it portrays what you voted for, then definitely let me know or let the chairs know, because we can rework that. Just because we're, moving very quickly doesn't mean it should be wrong. So I'm happy to talk about any of these. And if you want me to just, I didn't make a list for everyone, but I can tell you what they are. And if any of them, say, oh, I really do want to talk about that. Is that a good way to proceed?
I think that's a great way to proceed. And can you screen share the
Yeah. great
the list
idea.
that you, because I think if we can all just take a moment to read through the list and think through these and think back to whether there were any reasons why any one of us might want to reconsider. And then we can, if that is not the case, then we can agree to just review them by email. I am just going to briefly turn off my camera so that I can eat this chocolate that's been sitting right next to me while I read through the document. Representative Moriarty? Okay, I think that Peggy may only have given it to
Right.
Representative Barnett, and I bet she's
I can
screen
make
sharing
copies
it.
if you'd prefer. I think that's why I'm sharing the screen.
Chris, you share that, Jim? And Tom and I will share. Okay, so we are sharing physical copies and Peggy's also
I'm-
screen sharing.
So you've already done 1950. So I'm gonna scroll, whoops, no, I'm not. I lose too much. So the ones that are in this big group, you have on your desk in front of you, LD 861, that's the yellow flag training and record keeping. It's all unallocated language, and that was the one where Commissioner Sawchuk and the Maine Hospital Association and some other folks had worked to come together on that. So I'm happy to talk about that. LD 1529 is the constitutional amendment on privacy. If you remember that, the people who voted in favor of that narrowed it down to just adding in to natural rights, privacy. LD 1772 is about remote participation. This is the bill that came from the Maine Municipal Association that Representative Barnett sponsored for them. There are two competing amendments. The majority amendment accepts the bill and then also clarifies about subordinate boards and commissions using the same remote policy that's been adopted by kind of the presiding, the town council or whoever. The minority amendment there actually removes from the bill, so keeps in current law the provision about the specifics for in a policy for remote participation, specifically why someone could be remote. So that's the minority amendment. LD 1899, and that's split three ways. That is the access to health facilities. The majority was just clarifying that how the measurement of the 8 feet is conducted. There's a minority ought not to pass, and then Representative Poirier has her own ought to pass as amended that allows the facility, the healthcare facility, to paint the zone itself rather than directing the municipality to do it. So that's 1899, and those are all stapled together. 1905 is prosecutors' contact with unrepresented defendants. That was really kind of tweaking the current law. LD 1907 is the Sacred Lands and Waterways. That's a study by Mitzik, is the majority report that would, it doesn't actually do that process, but it is to try to figure out if the state needs a process to facilitate either enhanced access or the transfer of lands and waterways. 1946 is the study on constitutional communication with counsel. This came from the jail's recording phone calls with between the residents and their counsel. And it's broader than that. This creates a study, and that was a unanimous report. LD 2022, the York County Court Divisions and Districts to go along with the consolidated court building in Biddeford. And the amendment just adds a future effective date. So those you have on your desk. What you probably don't have on your desk, because I think I have them here, and we're just working through these quickly. I have at the bottom of that list is RELONA, the Revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts. And I'm happy to pass that out now, and you can take that with you, and I will email it to the folks that aren't here too. And I have LD 982, the discrimination by public entities. That right now, public entities can only not discriminate in public accommodations. This would apply more broadly. There is a fiscal note that the Department of Corrections and the Attorney General's office put on for 4 positions to cover anticipated litigation. And I've asked the fiscal office to go back and reevaluate that, because for a Maine Human Rights Act complaint, the first step is to go to the Human Rights Commission and go through that investigation and conciliation process. So you might not end up with as many court cases. And then the last one there is LD 1310. I am reluctant to, it's not final because the fiscal analysis is still in process, but that's the criminal record sealing. I have shared it with all the interested parties, and so far the Secretary of State's office has signed off on it. I believe the governor's office is fine with it. And I'm happy to share all of those with you right now. I think I might have actually sent 1310 to you already, but however you want to do these, and I really hate to make you do things faster than is appropriate. So I don't want you to say, okay, you know, by 4:30 you have to decide all this.
I have a suggestion, which is that 2 of these are unanimous reports. And if we could all look at these unanimous reports and complete the language review, that would, I think, facilitate Soupy reporting them out on Monday morning, which means less of a log jam kind of toward the end of session. And so if everyone would be able to, 1946 is constitutionally adequate contact with counsel. And it's a resolve that establishes a committee. And then 2002 is the judicial districts in York County. Oh, and Peggy's sharing
Yeah, I'm
them.
happy to share. This is
Oh, excuse me,
1946.
2022.
And you actually saw an earlier version of this. So this is really, it shouldn't be anything of a surprise. It's got several members, but the Senate and House chairs, their duties are to look at all the issues that are involved and look at how other jurisdictions deal with this. And also what are the repercussions or remedies or penalties when the constitutional right to that confidential communication is violated. And the report no later than November 2nd. The fiscal note is the standard fiscal note for a legislative study. It's projected to be $1,250, and there's a total study budget bucket of $10,000. So you will be asked at some point to prioritize your studies, but not yet.
Thank you, Peggy. Committee members, any questions on 1946? And Representative Harnett, this was your
My
bill,
bill,
right?
yep.
And-
I've seen this.
And are you, you've reviewed, are you satisfied with it?
I'm satisfied with that. It does what we wanted to resolve. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any concern about the language in the amendment, committee members? Okay, I think that we'll consider that one completed.
And the other one that was unanimous is LD 2022. And this was from the judicial branch, and I see that Julie Finn is here in case you have questions for her. The only thing this amendment is doing is adding in an effective date of January 1st, 2023.
Any concerns about the language on this one, committee members? Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I just have one question. In York County, is there going to be one district for the district court? Or
Yes. My sources say yes.
as opposed to the three we've known for years?
Right, let's see, did I keep it? Here's the bill.
Mhm.
So.
Sure, Julie can.
Right, so York consists, these are 153 is a division. Those are divisions, right? 29, 30, and 31 in section 153 are divisions of the district court.
Yep.
And so you can see that 30 and 31 are being repealed.
So the county is the division.
Right, and then the next is the district. So the 10th district consists of the division of York, which the court's going to sit in Biddeford or in any other court facility in the division. So even if the other court locations aren't, everything's not transferred yet, this will still apply.
All set? Representative, okay, and Representative Babbage?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Peggy, or perhaps Julie, if she's able to tell me how many districts does Cumberland County have, and Kennebec County, those two?
Let me check.
What did you say, Representative? Yeah.
Nothing in Brunswick?
Representative, will you turn on your microphone? Oh, hold on.
I was answering Representative Babbage's questions about Cumberland County, and I think there are two district courts in Portland and Bridgeton. And what used to be the Brunswick District Court some years ago became the West Bath District Court, which is, I believe, in Saginaw, and is the only court in Saginaw.
Okay, so the judicial divisions, there are only two in Cumberland, Southern and Northern. Eastern Cumberland doesn't exist anymore. In Kennebec, there's Northern Kennebec and Southern Kennebec. Those are divisions within a district.
So we know that's Waterville and Augusta.
Courthouse in Augusta, that is basically the model.
They have not, right? And the 6th district, which is, well, never mind, because that's Saginaw, Lincoln, and Knox, so never mind. Okay.
I don't think that.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think that changes the validity of going ahead with this change in wording. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. All right, committee members, are we all set then with this? And I'm not seeing any hands up among those participating remotely. Are we all set with this language review? Yes. Okay, and so now let's talk about the rest of our language reviews. Peggy, if we did this and we had just a little more time to sit down and look through it and then reported back via email, what would be, from your perspective, the appropriate time frame for us to respond to you as to whether the language changes are all set?
If I said,
10 o'clock Monday morning? No.
Is that not enough time? I don't want to say you need to, on during the weekend, that doesn't seem right.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I think that's fair because once we walk through the door here Monday morning, we're not really going to have time to do a lot more. And so we should do them over the weekend. I think that's the best approach. Is there anything on the list, Peggy, that you're particularly concerned about that you wish us to take up now while we're still convened as a committee?
The one thing I might like to just run through really quick is the Aerial Act bill, because if you put things together with the Secretary of State's office and in Janet's such an awesome lawyer, and we cleaned it up a little bit and we took out some of those things that were really concerning. With the Secretary of State's office, it wasn't like, unilaterally changing things, but in order like a notary conflict of interest in doing away, but notaries can't do weddings anymore. So I could see those kind of times. That doesn't really, thinking about it, it doesn't even need to be in the bill because it's not an Ontario act. So we cleaned up a couple of those things. And we might not have enough time. And a whole pile of it. So,
Okay.
if I could just ask you to spend a little time on that one in particular, and I will definitely email it out. In fact, what I'll do is I'll email a list of bills that I am hoping you'll have an opportunity to read. And then get back to me if you have any questions whatsoever. If you have questions over the weekend while you're looking at them, email. I will be as responsive as possible. Shaking my head.
Yeah. And do you want us to go over the Rolona right now while we're here?
If you have, get through in 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I did post this in the file, in the electronic file. I did not be able to email it out. That's the whole time.
Okay, so for committee members who are participating remotely, in the electronic committee files,
And I will share.
you'll find LD 2023, but you can also just look at your screen because Peggy is going to screen share it with us.
LD 2022. So, so the first one is crossing out that paragraph. We're sitting here in the room, let's scroll off the top side of the pages. And you'll have the proportion. So here's the first thing in the amendment. It crosses out the paragraph C. Because we don't need that anymore. Because is no longer an Ontario Act. It's not a conflict of interest because you're not doing it as an Ontario Act. That change is who's authorized to perform notarial acts. It made sense to include a justice in there, a justice judge, clerk, a justice court. That's the next change.
And committee members, please raise your real or electronic hand if you have questions as we're reviewing this.
So this section is about, the whole section is about the remote notarization. And subsection 13 is about rules, but we don't say anywhere here whether those rules are major substantive or technical. So we're going to write in a block there right there that says rules adopted under this subsection are.
And that's good. That's going to go before section 14?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because that rule that we consider.
Okay.
13 is about rules, the rules themselves.
Okay.
And if you remember, this is all about that, the whole new process of remote notarization and electronic notarization too. So using those different platforms to make that happen. Yeah.
Just real quick, Peggy, does that mean that it gets an F, or that's just a separate note?
See, you are so smart. It is a block paragraph all the way to the left. So it will line up exactly with secret government and Secretary of State.
Mhm.
It will be part of subsection 13, but the fact that it's blocked all the way over to that edge means it's part of 13, not just part of F or not just part of E.
Will it say no, or just, it'll just say it?
Will not have a letter.
Okay.
Just say, again, we're still talking about this electronic world stuff, and certain remote material acts are prohibited. The first thing it says is alternative marriage, section 655. Well, we just said that's not a material act, so it doesn't make sense to list it in here. So it's not a material act anymore. Take that out, re-letter, and then we're gonna add new section 17 that says solemnization of marriage remotely prohibited. The notarial officer may not solemnize marriage or remotely located.
Any questions about that, committee members? Yeah. Okay. I think we're,
Okay. So the next one was just kind of intense this, the examination of the notary public. This is kind of we're giving people, it's like a grandfather clause, an applicant for a notary public commission who doesn't hold a commission at the time of the application has to pass the examination. So it's not currently right now. So it should really get at the time of the application. Again, you could always write what's currently needed, or what's passed it, when you wrote it.
So this is when they apply.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And this is the database of the Secretary of State. It's supposed to be taking care of creating and maintaining. And it needs to indicate, so you can go online and say, I need a notary, who's supposed to be, and it needs to indicate who does those electronic records, but also who does the remote notarization. So you know who's going to be available to do that, because it's not a requirement. The notary is not do those tests. Here's the notarial and notarial public. We're not going to take words, we're going to take the title.
Where are you now? picking up?
I am at the top of on page 14. Subsection is,
And that was the concern that those titles refer to something different.
right, somebody
Yeah.
who actually practices law in other countries can use those titles.
Okay.
Here's, again, we're gonna talk about routine technical rule for the chapter in general. We're gonna put a new subsection for it. Rules adopted pursuant to the chapter. Pursuant to the section are routine technical rules. Almost there. So we're gonna create an effective date that shows up in the statute. So if anybody opens the red books or looks online, they will know that this is not effective until January 1st.
2023.
So July 1st of 2023. That's the effective date. So that will go in there, which changes some other things because we're going to also, this number 13, at the very end of part A, we're going to put in a section 8 that says this part is effective July 1, 2023. And then part B are the kind of like the cross references and things that we are catching up. And we need to include the lawyers and then to the main bar for those who online narrative and make sure that somebody doesn't know that somebody isn't actually who they profess to be. It doesn't know their marriage. And then we add in again, part that section B8 is going to be an effective date that says this part B, takes effect July 1, 2023. And the reason we're doing that is because the way the bill was drafted, part C was the effective date for the whole thing. But we need to add into part C, the bill, those changes that we passed last year that made the law consistent with the executive order that notarization but have the wrong dates. So I'm going to actually go here and show you that language. So that becomes the new part C of it. And that needs to take effect before January 1st, because that is this. So this is the new part C. This is on page 2 of the amendment. That's when we codified the executive order last year, and we said those were registered on January 1st, 2023. This new law is not taking its place until July 1 of 2023. So change the dates in that section of that. Two places, that is, so there's one, and then in subsection 2, there's the other date, and subsection 2 is really, really, really long, and we're not thinking anything else on it except that first one. Long and that's it.
Wow, that was very efficient. Committee members, do you have any questions about any of those fixes to the language in the Rolona bill? I'm not seeing any hands up. Does anybody want to sing Rolona to us before we finish up our work on this bill?
It's Aaron's go-to.
Okay. Okay, so I don't think there are any questions. Is everybody fine with the language review on 2023? Yeah. Yes, of those, I should say those who voted in support of it are on the majority report. And, okay. I think we're all good with that, Peggy. And that was a really good idea to do that in person because it was a little complex. Yeah, thank you.
Just an add-on question, that's why I didn't ask while we were doing it, but is there going to be another whole section that's going to deal with the performing marriages function and title and all that?
There is in the bill. In the bill itself.
And do we know what that title is yet?
Is it Title 19? Okay.
No, I meant the title of the person that was performed. Marriage officiant. Okay. I am. So that's why I'm wondering, being grandfather. But I think going forward, you can keep your notoriety. Still be able. There you go.
Is it 4 years?
7.
I was wondering if the marriage officiant title. Isn't, you saying July 2023?
Oh, sorry. My microphone was off. I'm sorry, what was your question, Representative Babbage?
Thank you. No, I was just, for current notaries, the current notary status is good until what date?
July 1, 20, if you have a notary commission, it's good for the term of that commission. Current
Regardless of
commissions are
the
7
staggered
years.
nature of it. Okay.
Right, so if you got yours yesterday, it's good for another 7 years.
Gotcha.
Even though going forward, it's gonna go to 4 years.
Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions on Rolona? Representative Sheehan.
No, I'm curious. So I just want to confirm if a notary decides, okay, I'm not going to go forward as a notary, but I do want to go forward. Going to be 4 years.
I believe so. Here, I will share my screen from the bill about a marriage officiant. And we can explore this together. So it's amending, I'm sorry, it's in Title 5, 90G, which is in the Secretary of State's statutes. May license and renew a license of a marriage officiant. Yeah, 4 years. Okay. All right, did that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions?
Not seeing any. I'm not seeing any for those who are participating remotely. So committee members, you will receive these by email from Peggy. And please look at them. You can reach out to Peggy. She has generously offered to answer any questions that arise over the weekend. But if you have any concerns or objections, please raise them before 10 o'clock on Monday morning. Representative Harnett.
So silence is assent?
Silence is assent.
Thank you.
Anything else, committee members?
I'd like to review mine.
Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, was that any other questions, a last call for the day?
Yes.
Okay, I do have 2 quick ones.
Go ahead.
Unrelated things. First of all, Peggy, on the privacy bill, as I understand it, all it does is amend the natural rights portion by inserting privacy
Yes,
without
correct.
saying anything more about it.
Correct.
Okay, good. And then on 1310, the Criminal Records Review Committee, does that have an emergency preamble?
It does not.
It does not. Oh, that would be the same jam we were last year. Won't be enough time.
Wait a minute, which,
It will be different than last year, Representative
Well-
Moriarty, because last year we didn't adjourn until late
I
July.
know, but it'll be early August for start date and early November for a report date. And that's not a lot of time.
It'll go into effect July 20th.
I'm just not sure they're gonna get to a report. I know we had talked about an emergency preamble to buy three.
You have to get 2/3.
Yeah,
it is passed in the House and on the special study table in the Senate. It's LD 1818. You're talking about the criminal record study as opposed to
Well-
the ceiling bill.
renewing the review
Yes.
committee.
Yes,
Okay, so it's regular legislation, not emergency.
correct.
Okay, well, just hope they get it done.
It's already on its way. Okay,
Okay.
committee members, thank you all for all your hard work today and all week. Actually, it was a really busy week and we got a lot accomplished. And Peggy, Janet, and Soupy, thank you too. We are going to adjourn for the day and look forward to hearing from anybody with concerns about those additional language reviews. Yes. Yeah, I think that we are going to try to get together, not for business, but for a little social time and maybe some treats sometime this week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're gonna get it.
we're going to gather for certain.
One might congratulate Representative Evangelos because he's not coming back and spent a couple of terms on this. I just got a lot of attention this morning, but I felt that Jeff should share that.
Thank you. That's a good reminder. Pardon me? So we will hug and shake hands with each other when we gather in person, but it is very important to acknowledge the hard work, Representative Evangelos, that you have put into your service on this committee. I personally have learned so much from you about the law and about your passion for justice. And I'll open the floor to others who wish to thank you as well. Representative Babbage.
Yes, Jeff has been, Representative Evangelos has been a mentor to me. We were going back and forth between state government and judiciary in different terms and so forth. And I just want to say that I know how passionate he is about issues, and he spent a great deal of time on very important issues before us. And whereas he will not be on this committee next year after multiple terms on this committee, I just wanted to acknowledge his service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional words, committee members or Representative Evangelos?
Well, thanks very much. It's really moving words to hear, totally unexpected. I'm just taking a couple of years off to see what else is out there in life, I guess. We do a lot of great work in this committee, but enacting the legislation comes a little harder, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me because I'm almost at the finish line on some really important things that we worked on and highly emotionally charged issues. And I just hope we get the funding for it. But I wanted to thank everybody for their support. I think we really gelled in the second session here, and grateful to get to know all of you, and I'm sure we'll be crossing paths. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Well done.
Well, but let's look forward to getting together next week for some social time and some goodbyes. The committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Have a nice weekend.